trying to turn it on. Let's see.
Well, you know.
It's an external camera. You know what I mean?
Right.
Let's see.
Uncle Mayat, Shim, and Hotep, we don't do it if we don't stay true to it, and peace to the game. Yes, we here on a Friday night trying to get it right. So thank you for coming in. Oh, I thought I changed the title. Ain't that sad? Well, look here. It's Friday. So we're going to let our hair down and we just coming in and we just going to do it just like that. So we thank you for joining us on a smoking conversation with Sakina-Ra. And we're going to have a fundamental Friday. What you say? And my co-host tonight is GemiNild, diamonds, 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 gems, 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 gems. The goddess. Thank you so much. Right, she's an infamous disguise tonight. So thank y'all for joining us tonight. So we having rare topics, but we having no topics. So you know, all the topics matter tonight because tonight I want to talk about the presidency. All right, that's what I want to talk about. So anybody can join. We can talk about anything. We can talk about all things, or we can talk about nothing. Right? Because it's Friday. Yay! Friday. That's my favorite word. Yay. So with Friday being the subject, I done did something wrong again. So does that matter? What to what is this? The content of this meeting. Oh, okay. Got it. Got it. Well, today being Friday and I just want to kind of chill out and just talk about how I feel with Geno Jennings being president. I think he's making big moves, checking everybody. I think we need a good, strong black president again. What y'all thinking about that? Right? At first, I was thinking he was going too far, right, with the TD Jakes movement, right, picking on people. But right about now, he picking on everybody. But is he picking on people, or is he really just cleaning up? Right? If he making America great again, is he picking on people or is he cleaning up? He said he's gonna discuss those things and say those things that wasn't or need to be said. It's too much power for one black man, and I love it. That man has said a lot. So I want to dig into it. I want to have a smoking conversation about the next president, Geno Jennings. That man is incredible. He said, y'all walking around here teasing him. So y'all walking around here with short clothes on. Listen, did you hear how he was talking about he said, he said, oh my goodness, y'all. Listen, wait a minute. Give me a break. Let me hold on. I need a drink. He said, Medea. Medea gave TD Jakes the Holy Ghost. He said Medea gave TD Jakes the Holy Ghost and said TD Jakes fell back and was going, I got a clip for you. Got a clip for you. Let me give up my Disclaimers Act because all this is under the copyright of 1967. I am just saying what this man said. I'm not telling y'all. You can look it up and listen, because I want this man to go for president. He said he just telling y'all what needs to be said. He's sick of this. Like Ricky, for Boys in the Hood. He done went in the house and closed the door to church. He said he's sick of this. He said he's sick of it. It's too much power for one man to have. That's what I'm saying. This man should be president, and I'm loving it. This man making moves. We went after Ricky Smiley wasn't smiling no more. Smiley said, look here. I've been wearing that dress acting like my grandmama for a long time, and you not finna come in here. Sounded like somebody been choking you since they found that lady. I remember when they came and got him off the slave boat and said to myself that we was gonna be free one day. And me there, I said to myself. And then all of a sudden, Ricky Smiley was mad as a motherfucker. Oops. You take that part back. I don't want to say that because I'm trying to get all these fruitful words out of my mouth. These words are delicious. That's why we say these words, because they are delicious. We like saying these delicious words. These words are delicious. When you get to saying stuff repetitiously, that's because it's deliciously. We wouldn't say these words if they weren't delicious. We always say things that we shouldn't say. That's and do things you shouldn't do. That's because we thought it was good. Right? Everybody do things like that. That's why we do these things. We enjoy them. That's why this man trying to get you back in church. He scared me right back in. He scared me right back in church. He started off with Revelations. He scared me right back in church. Listen, even when they said it's the aliens out here, y'all don't believe in aliens? When they said it was aliens out here, y'all going, ain't no aliens out here. 250 police showed up in a damn mall downtown in Miami, Florida. People was running people over like stampede. Y'all ain't seen a stampede since American Second War. Y'all, they ran them people over like stampede. Hurdled them over. And they said the 250 police showed up for 50 people in the mall, and y'all believe them. Listen here. They said they saw stuff wiggling through the walls and vibrating. That's enough to scare the hairs that I don't even got grow. Do you hear what I'm saying? They said, listen, people that ain't even been to church before in their life went in church. And this man right here, this man right heareth. This man right heareth. Have almost has if me is walketh, batheth, into it. I can't say all that. What? Listen, this man has changed this diet speecheth for if diet crosseth diet sanctith and with saith thy. Listen, this man need to be president. You hear me? He the only one still got a church. Nobody else got it was another man out here. He talked about him. This man had, listen here, I'm finna show a clip. This man can dance. I don't care how
Jenkins can dance.
I don't care how he talked about somebody else, Holy Ghost in it. He can two-step himself. I don't know where he learned how to two-step. But look here. Listen here. Listen here. Let's go with the dialogue. It don't sound like I'm just going off. This man right here, this man cold. I want to listen here. He go to
Okay,
the.
I need to see what you're talking about when you sit and say
I'm
he
I'm
cold.
hold on.
Like I'm trying to figure
Hold on.
out,
Hold on. It's too
is
close.
he? I'm trying to figure out, is he good or bad? Because I don't like Geno Jenkins.
This man
So do we
cold.
like
His
him?
ass
So wait
good
a
or
minute.
bad. He
So
cold.
wait though. Listen,
He
do
the
we
new
like him or
Jesus.
no? Huh?
No, he ain't the new Jesus. Take that back. This man is the new president. It's time to vote. It's
Do we
time to
like him or no?
who?
Geno Jenkins.
Yes, he the
Oh,
new
I don't like
president.
him.
He the new president. He is. Listen here. He finna clean these streets up. He gonna answer the question.
Mm-mm.
He gonna get all these. He finna find jobs. He gonna get the. He gonna straighten out the immigrant situation. This man, he went after Trump. This how cold he is.
Oh
He
my
went
God.
after
I don't trust
Donald
nothing
Trump.
he say.
He going after everybody, and he making moves. He's sick of this. He's sick of it. He ain't. He don't care. He's going after everybody.
Mm,
This man. Listen here. You got a problem?
mm,
Not only can you take it to him, but he will personally take it to Jesus.
mm,
That's what I'm saying. This man is not playing. He know what to do.
mm.
That's all. Listen here. Let me show you. Listen here. I don't care. Bill Cosby might have invented Jello, but this the man that's gonna sell it. Do you hear me?
Mm-mm.
Let me share this screen. Y'all playing with this man right here. I done seen about everything. This man is president. Hold on. I'm so nervous.
Why?
Because I'm about to witness a miracle. I'm about to witness a miracle. This man right here, his whole congregation is congressional. Oh,
Girl, I
look.
can't believe you like Geno Jenkins. I got to see what he said to get you all hyped because I don't care for him. And he the one who told people that they need to stop calling black men kings. I got a video somebody sent me where he was talking about it was either him or Umar. Let me get the line on Gino. But Gino says some other weird shit that I don't care for. And I got 2 clips of him on my phone. Soon as I look at it, I'm gonna tell you what it is. Some bullshit.
I don't know. Maybe he didn't think they was lions, or maybe they was lying at the time. I don't know. It take a lot to be a king.
Mm-mm-mm.
Okay, let me see what I'm doing over here. Can you hear that?
Nope.
You hear that?
Okay, let me see. Sakina, you got something playing? What you got playing?
Huh?
What you got playing?
Oh my goodness, you can't see that?
Uh-uh. I can
Oh,
see it says, yeah, you're viewing Sakina-Ra screen.
oh my goodness, and it don't show. I'm
Nope.
sick.
You're just supposed to be sharing the screen.
I thought it was
Screen
sharing.
share. I
Oh
don't
my
know what.
goodness. Let me see.
See.
What is it doing? Let me see.
Mm.
All right, now what is going on? Oh my goodness. Why? Wait a minute, I just saw something.
Oh, you know what? Because you don't got it. You didn't have it clicked. I just clicked it right now.
Okay.
Okay. Now you can go. You probably can get share screen.
All right, let me see. Let me see if I can back it up some. It's not. This was CD Jake's um this was Tyler Perry putting hands on TD Jakes. This is what he talking
Oh,
about.
when he was okay, I think I've seen that one. You talking about when he was laying he caught the Holy Ghost and all that.
Right, he caught the Holy Ghost. Right, just and so he was talking about him. Right.
Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, Sakina, but this screen that you got on, it never did leave. You do know that, right?
Which one? The little one? This one?
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand that. Didn't it?
Yep.
But it won't go. Because I put
Okay. Try it again. Screen share.
wait a minute.
Okay. Nope. Mm-mm. Okay, so look, so okay, click back out of here. Let me click back out of here. Okay, so um
I know it's saying on one, but
okay, so right now it's on okay, it should be on that. It should be on multiple. And then hold on. Okay, so now okay, so try it again.
which one? Wait a minute. Let me do it. I don't understand. Look, this is not my one. Okay.
So let's do this right. There's Adam
That's
and Eve.
it.
Put two fingers up. Then Cain and Abel.
Okay.
That's four.
All right.
Then one boy killed the other one. Take one down. That's three.
Turn it up some.
Then he went out and begot him a wife.
Hi.
Now you see where the word MF come from, huh?
No,
Well, don't look so strange. You count it.
that's not what.
You run to Benny Hill, all these other fellas, Benny.
So let's do this.
This is a speed.
Yes, sir.
Continental drift. There's so
Your office.
All right, this is
2 Corinthians 4 verse 7. But we have this treasure in jars of clay to show that the surpassing.
okay, that's all I wanted with that so far. Hello. Oh my goodness, Gemini.
Huh? Yep.
Peace, brother Burn Dog. Okay, so that's all I got on that one. I got another one, but it's a long sermon. It's a long sermon. And so, that's where I was going with that
And
so
think we
far.
want to hear a long sermon on a Friday night?
I know you don't want to hear a long sermon because I don't either. I had other clips and I thought they were going to keep rolling, but they don't. And so they're going into some other stuff that I don't really want to get into. I just wanted to keep the ones going on Geno Jenkins because they were the bestest, right? Oh, and my camera froze.
Oh,
Oh,
damn.
look at here. Do y'all see this? Ugh. Hold on. Okay, did that sound better? Hello. I'm alone. Oh, okay. I'm alone. Listen, so
Barn
other
dog is
than
with you.
that,
Barn dog is with you
my
forever.
brother
You
Burn
was
Dog, I
out
love
of
him so
phone.
much. Listen, I think if I was going through the desert all by myself, even though we don't have no water, Burn Dog would be there with me. He probably would hit
Yes,
me
he
with
would. Yes, he
probably would
would.
throw some sand in my eye, like, "Fuck you got us out here doing?" I'd be like, "Burn Dog, I'm sorry," but he would be there with me. He would be
Yep,
there,
he would.
you know.
He got your whole back like that.
I
Period.
love my brother Burn Dog. Shim and the
Mm-hmm.
hotel. Listen, A1 since day one. I don't care. Listen, and I also want to give a shout out to Smash Rockwell, aka um Jonathan. What's his name? Jonathan Owens? I don't want to get his name wrong. I know it's Jonathan. Yes, Jonathan Owens. Right, for Black Like Osiris. Right.
Mm-hmm.
This is about to be an awesome book, right? He gave a dedication out to a lot of scholars, aka being Reggie Mayberry being one. You see, listen here. This is gonna be deep. He also gave a lot of vindication to a lot of deep work that he put into it. And letting you know that you're really going to he also said not to just take his word for it, but to also um you know dig into it yourself with like your own set of dictionaries and whatever you need to help you further your education and learn as you go along with it. Like just don't take his word for it. You know what I'm saying? Start
Yeah.
digging into yourself so you can learn as you go. So that
But
you
isn't
just
that something we always say? I'm confused.
yeah, no, because it's like people always take something and they read with it and they say, oh, okay, oh, okay, oh, okay. But we don't always go with this information and go check with other things and just to verify it and compare it to. And you know what I'm
We
saying?
don't do that? Are you saying, hold on, are you saying we don't do that or we do that?
Sometimes we don't do that.
What? What's the source that up? And what's the
You
percentage
know,
of
because a
people
lot of
that do
times
not go
we
back in?
okay, there listen here, compared to reading one source, we read that source and then we move forward to another source and then we move to another source depending on what it is. But very seldom do I often read something and then we go off of that something and then read something and go, wait a minute, and then go back and then compare that book to another book at that, you know what I'm saying? Not at that very moment, not at that very time. Most of the time we read that book and then we
But where's
might
the
go
correct
back.
that says it got to be at that very moment, at that very time?
Well, I'm not
Where's the
saying it
rule?
just like that, but I'm just not saying it. But to the most of it, we don't do shit like that. Not unless we are actually um doing something toward that degree. I've never really did that. That's like really, I've never
I'm
took
not
a
buying
book.
that.
Listen. I've never took a book and did that
Wow.
type of studying on no book. I'm just being honest. If I'm reading a book, I'm just literally reading a book. But if I'm reading a book to be
Wow.
forcing a book up, to be taking a book to do that much um uh studying in a book, yeah, I would do that. But I don't always
But the
study.
crazy part is that you got 1,000 books. Why you got all them books then? How many times do you read them?
Listen, I do a lot of studying in the books I read, but now every book do I get that deep into study. Some of these books I just read. Some of these books I actually go deep into to study. Some of them I'm
got it.
reading to go along the way.
Mm-hmm.
I need them for the purpose of studying for the another book I'm reading, but all of them I don't need to use for. I use them for study guides or information because I need it for another book that I'm reading. Those might just be
Mm.
tools, but for I don't always get every book that I read to go into it like that. Like this book I'm going to be reading just to be reading, but maybe now I might just have to go deep into this book a little deeper. I'm not taking this book for a
Well, yeah,
class.
because you got to think about it though. People who are in our collective are not just some of them shoot from the hip because they think they know, right? They
Yeah.
think they know a thing, so they just go ahead and shoot from the hip. But for the great majority of the people in our collective, reading books is a fundamental. So in order for them to get the next man, they gotta have read the book. They gotta have, otherwise, what's in your clip?
Okay, but then how
So
do we have people
you
that
can't
have?
mess
How
it
do
up.
we have people with straw man arguments, Gemini? If this was the case, we have people that we are
Okay.
arguing with right now that don't have basic comprehension, and we have arguments that go in circles and circles and circles, right? And if this was the case, building off of what we saying that you saying we do. If that was the case, then we wouldn't have these arguments going back and forth. We still arguing over people.
Okay, no, but that's not the truth, though, right? The truth is they got something they arguing because they have some content to argue about. If you never
Not
read the
all of
book,
them.
how could you argue? How could you make
Not
straw
all
mans?
of them.
So,
Everybody don't have source up. Some of them have to shut up because they don't have source up, and that's
no, some of them got to shut up, enough information. That's a whole
that's the
different thing.
sources.
So if
That's
you
the
read half the book,
information.
hold on. If you read half the book, you still read a lot of the book. Now, some people, most of the people in our collective, when they really want to get you, they read the whole thing. That's why they think you weak when you only read the first 60 pages. 60 pages is enough to talk to a beginner or intermediate, somebody who don't mind building with you, but an advanced or skilled person, you have to have read the whole book. And
60
so that's why
pages
we're on a
without
lot of
60
different levels
pages
because
without a 60 pages without a citation, 60 pages without a source, 60 pages in a jet magazine when you need an actual a book is not going to be the same thing. So these are two different
ain't nobody
sources.
talking about no jet
Exactly, but I'm just
magazine.
saying, if you just because you said 60
Nah.
pages, 60 pages, it depends on what 60 pages we talking about, and you can
No, it
say
don't, because you know
you
what
can
we talking
say
about. Don't be
you can say
don't
you
even go there.
read it
You know
all
we
day
having a
long. A lot
conversation
of people reading
about
off of the internet
about
now, and
about
just because they
literature.
reading off
You
the
know we
internet
ain't talking
right
about no
now,
jet
don't
magazine.
mean that. But I don't know that because you said it out your mouth. We wouldn't know that
Nah,
unless you source
nah,
that
that's
up.
double talk
And
right
just
there
because you
tonight.
hold a
That's
book,
double
you
talk.
telling me that we
You
wouldn't
know
know that.
exactly. That be
Unless,
like me coming on.
okay, but the rule of thumb says if it's not documented, it didn't happen. And so if you can't
No,
show me the source, then you haven't sourced up. So we're gonna need that to shut up because that's that rule of thumb. If it's not
no,
documented, it
that's
didn't happen.
no.
You're
What
gonna
you
have to show
talking
that.
about is
That's
cap
what happened
right
to that
now.
man. That's not cap. Because if I
That's
don't,
cap.
you can't show me, then
Because
I don't know. We
know
still
what we
talking about
talking about, and
sources.
you know we ain't talking about no
Okay,
jet
well, that's
magazine.
what we're talking about. We're talking about sources.
Let
Sources
start
is
off the
what you
conversation
show.
with no jet magazine.
Okay, well,
Stop. We
jet or
started off
a
the
bet, you
conversation with
still gotta show it.
intellectual,
You
and
still
you
gotta
said,
show it. You still gotta
hold
show it.
on, you
Bottom line.
said,
You still gotta show it. I don't care if you show me a jet, if you show me a bet. If the source is a source, it still got to be shown. It still got to be legit. It does not matter what it is. The
it does
conversation is
matter.
still.
Hold on, you said two different things though. Hold on,
What did I
because
say?
because I can't tell at this point if you advocating for reading the whole
A
book
real
or you
source.
not. What are we
What are we
saying? What
talking
are
about?
you saying?
What are
Clear
we
that up.
saying?
Which part are we talking
I
about? Are
said,
you for
if you
people
show
reading the
me
whole book, or
Jet
it doesn't matter if they
magazine,
read the whole book?
which is a magazine, if you show me a magazine, it wouldn't matter what magazine it is compared to a BSN or a BNN or a B whatever it is book. These are two different sources. That makes a big difference.
See, you know what? See, you do this on purpose sometimes.
No,
When you
I don't.
You do this on purpose. You don't confuse this entire conversation, because that
No,
is
I
not
did
how
not.
we started
You
out,
asked
and
me
that's
about
not
a
what we were
source,
talking about.
Gemini. You asked me about a source. And you asked me about a source, and we said source up or shut up. And then I asked you, this is about a source. All I said was I don't always take until to a book I'm reading to take all this and go into studying something, not for all books.
And then all I said was we have different levels in the community, in the collective that we come from, where we have beginning, intermediate, and advanced people. And I was giving you examples of what a beginner was. A beginner is a person who had read like the first 30 pages. An intermediate could read somewhere between 60 and 120 pages. But the real advanced scholars reading all 999 pages, because they got to get the other man. I said that. They have to get the other man. The other man read all 999 pages.
But we still have people that read and don't comprehend and still read the same book, and they still don't do all of the wonderfulness that you're talking about.
They do, because guess what? Because even if you hold on, because the probability of you reading the whole book means that you can argue more straw man points. You can argue back and forth a whole lot better. You know what the content is enough to even keep up the argument. Very different from somebody who will fizzle out at the first or second question. So even if you didn't comprehend it, and we know people like that, but at least they can hang because they at least read the whole thing, whether they comprehend it or not.
Well,
that's the difference. You know,
either way.
I didn't say all scholars were smart.
Either way. I
did not say all scholars were smart.
I'm still going to say
make you smart, but it does put you in the game as far as a debate going back and forth when you have read the whole content.
Well, I get that part. I'm not saying yay or nay, but I'm saying in a ballpark, because I don't do it all the time. I don't know who else don't do it all the time. But for him to tell people, don't just take his word for it. Dig a little deeper.
Oh my God, that couldn't have been deep to you.
I give that the thumbs up. I don't care what Gemini say. I give that I don't care what she say. I give that the thumbs up.
Oh man. See, we play too much in our collective. That's how we is, though. I swear to God. That's why all the debates be happening, just like this. Because it is right here. 99. Look, we got 999 debates and shit going on in the community. Like shit, like everybody talking about some damn body. I'm like, oh my God.
I get all my nails off and my fingers hurt. Do you hear me? My fingers hurt. I got baby hands. Listen, my fingers hurt so bad. I'm trying to tell you, oh, they hurt. Oh my goodness. Woo. Yes, it's been 2 days now. But yes, I'm finna read this book though.
Oh my gosh. How long do you think it's gonna take? How many pages is that? First, I can't even see the book because my camera don't work. But how many pages is that? How many? I need to know. We need to know. All of us need to know.
It is I think it says 300 and let me see. I can't see that good in this light. It's bless you. It looks like it's 350 some odd pages. Oh no.
Mm,
Yes.
mm. It's going to take you 999 days to read that.
No, it ain't gonna take that
Okay,
long.
we'll get okay. The challenge. Okay, how many days you think? We'll bet 3 days. 999. No, a week. 900 pages is
A
pretty.
week. A
Yeah, a
week.
week.
That's gonna take me longer than a week.
Okay, how long does it normally take you to read? 900 pages.
I don't know. Let me think, because I gotta.
I'm asking.
900 pages. Let me think. I ain't never counted how long it takes to read a week, a book.
Right.
At least we trying to get in a chapter a day when I'm reading, at least. A chapter and a half, depending on how thick the chapter is. But if I'm taking notes, that's a whole different thing.
Right. Okay. So you saying when you take notes because you really get into the chapters in the book and what it's talking about.
Right. And that's a whole different thing, because I don't know if I'm going to study this or not. I just know I was going to read it for sure.
Okay. Well,
it's got pictures and
everything.
Everything.
It's not a bad thing when people say, don't believe me, go research for yourself, because that does add validity, right? It adds a little validity when a person say, don't, because sometimes what happens is this. Now, if you're not too prideful, when we go check out the information and you may have misread a word, don't be coming back talking about some it can mean either or and all that crazy shit. Make sure you read every goddamn word, the it, the or, the is, but, to, addition, shit like that. Words like that matter, right? Maybe
you're doing all right. You're doggone right.
Don't be misreading, all those smaller words talking about, that don't mean this and that don't mean this.
That's the whole thing. I did take the Muddle Netter class, so that's one thing I do have in my corner. I'm not great with it, but I own like 4 dictionaries, so it's not like I can just let things go past me like that. That class was intense, and so I have all my videos. I have it's not something that you can just actually physically just take and look. You have to write, you have to draw, you have to know. And so physically doing all of those the signs and the symbols and the letters and the this and that, the charts, and trying to the symbols, just like writing Hebrew or Arabic or Chinese or and so I even have one on my phone to just try to remember basics. But when you have to remember that the Muddle Netter went into cryptic and all this other demonic and all this other stuff later, and so that goes into play too. So it was something you had to take into consideration as well. So
now, okay, say that last part again. Who considered it demonic? What did you say about that?
It went into, those were part of the last 4 languages it went into. So things got removed and added on. So some of the original things that were in Upper Egypt or Upper Kemet was not there in the beginning, but when Lower Kemet became involved, then like Simtawi became the 2 lands. So then that's when things changed, or when you would see a combination of things, or you would see a difference in some of the letters come together. You see what I'm saying? And they would make a whole different meaning. And so this is where unification between the two lands came together. So things would start to make changes in the way they were coming together. So when like the guy came in with this patriotic kind of stuff that they had in Russia, and I said, well, this is Russian. So when he said this was the original Madu Netter, but it was from Russia, the original Mother Netter has no business in Russia. You see what I'm saying? And so that's what I
Yeah.
had to let him know because I forget the name of the city, but that city is in Russia. So it could never be original in for the Mother Netter, not in Russia. So he needs to know that part right there. You see what I'm saying? And
Okay.
so
Well, I need to know that part right there because I
yeah,
don't know that about none of that my own self. So
right. Right. So Russia has a lot of. I know Russia had a lot of Christian art because it was. I'm not sure. I know lately they've been showing a lot of the Black Christian like Jesus and things like that, but it was no secret that they had those artifacts um, in their museums and stuff like that. For it to come out now, yeah, because that that was a big thing that if everybody knew that the Pope was preaching to a black a black Jesus and X, Y, and Z, and it would cause pandemonium. It was things of that nature. So the disclaimer for this, but that was a big thing back, and so when they finally seen the Pope kissing the Black Madonna and all this other stuff and shit, we're at that time where you can digest that, and so it is what it is.
well, I mean, we couldn't, yeah, because we couldn't digest that though for a few reasons, right? Not, I don't think, like for me, religion was one of them. I just didn't want a creepy white guy, Pope guy, kissing on anything black. Like that's just creepy to me. So, it was religious for everybody else, but for me, it was just as simple as that. Like, oh, that is such a, I don't want to see that. He just too creepy. Don't be looking like that, kissing no wooden hand or statue hand. That's just creepy. Sometimes, I mean, people can be, I'm not dogging the, Catholicism, but, some of these religions got some way out shit going on in it.
And see, that's what
So,
makes it so funny because it's like even Geno Jenkins said Christianity didn't have he preached, he said Christianity didn't have nothing to do with uh uh where they at with religion and where they at right now. And like the Hebrews, Christianity didn't have nothing to do with Jesus or something to that effect. You see what I'm saying? So
well,
everybody arguing.
yeah, you can tell.
Come on.
Look at the Old Testament. They
Come
ain't talking
on.
about Jesus in the Old Testament. I mean, yeah, they don't start talking about him for 999 pages.
Is everybody going to hell?
So apparently he doesn't. Yeah, everybody, we are just doomed.
He said everybody going
Shit,
to
let
hell.
that
You
ass
feel
tell it.
correct. He said y'all going
Everybody,
to hell. He said
like,
everybody. He said, listen here. He said everybody going to
I mean,
hell.
if you wore your skirt way down, if you wore your skirt up past your knees, you're going to hell. If a woman wore pants, she's going to hell. If a woman looked at any other person except her husband, right? I mean, any woman, she married or not, they just owned all the fucking women, right?
He said
We own the sisters, the mammy, the grandmammy. We own the neighbors,
no.
just own all the fucking women. The men just owned all the fucking women.
Listen, he said, you walking in church with your breasts hanging out, you going to hell. He said, if you're walking in the church and you're falling down with the Holy Ghost and the pastor looking up your skirts, You going to hell? He said the pastor. He said the pastor wife looking like whores. That's what he said. He said y'all running around looking like whores. Let's talk about another book I got.
That's a daggone shame right there. I mean,
want to give
daggone shame
to another person. This is my sister Sakina-Ra LYER. She's my sister, shrine sister. This book is called Poetry, Passions, Prose. I hope I said that last word right.
Sound like you said hoes, but I'm not gonna hold that against you. I'm like, what's she saying?
Listen, I love calligraphy. So you know I was really digging this right here. Right. I am so digging this book right now. It's so deep, right? It really is. Every time I read a poem, I gotta really exhale.
Oh my gosh. But you know what? Hey, but that's good though. That's good.
Yeah.
Poetry
I
is
really have to exhale. Seriously, it makes me. You remember that book?
Shit.
What's it called? 40. The 40 steps, the 40 divine steps or devotion. What is it called?
What?
Oh my god.
I say, what about the 40 divine steps? What?
Oh my
What's going
goodness,
on?
listen. It reminds me of this book, where you take 40 divines to 40 devotional steps, 40. I don't know what it is, but you take these either way. Listen, this is just so deep like that. Where you I don't know, but I love poetry. This is everything I read in here is some kind of reflection. It makes you think like,
okay,
you know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You know, I remember one time I went to this one poetry, and I followed this guy, and he ended up writing some books after that. I gotta find him on Facebook because I'm trying to do a poetry night. But listen, I thought he was a great actor, but he ended up writing books. He was like, "And God, if you're listening," he was so wonderful.
So
yes.
So we're gonna start. I mean, I think a poetry night is hard. You know, I mean, we ought to see if we can. You know, I mean, yeah. Poetry is yeah. So how we gonna get poetic people over here? What's the plan?
Listen, it's gonna listen. You know that movie, If You Build It, It Will Come. They will come. It's just slow, and it's still YouTube. Most of the people I know are on Facebook, and it's gonna take a minute.
Yeah, that's what you said. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Most of my people are on Facebook. YouTube is new to me, and so once we transfer it, you know, so it's gonna take a minute. And plus, I've been missing like Monique, and then I'm finna come back in the view.
Yeah.
You know, so I've been going over there daily and hitting up people, and it's like, Joe. And I'm like, yeah. Remember, because I got a whole new name and all out of, you know, I'm coming out of the mountains like Sakina-Ra.
They ain't seen you in a while, right? Like I ain't seen you in a while. You got a new name, girl?
Somebody today, she said Grand Rising. That must be a queen. Who the hell?
Listen. People do be saying that shit. Listen, I say it at work, right? And then the Miss Curlin, her name is Carolyn, but you know I'm black, so fuck that. Miss Curlin, right. Listen, she said, "What's a grand rising?" I had to ask somebody, "What's a grand rising?" I said, well, instead of a morning, right? Even though that vowel is changed in there, instead of saying morning and even mimicking a word like that, we say grand rising, because when the sun comes up, it is grand, and we are happy that it has risen. It lights up every single thing in its path, everything. That's grand. That's a grand opening. And when it goes down, it's a grand closing. So we say grand rising. It's grand. It's not a morn. It's a grand. See what I'm saying? But what's a grand rising? When the sun rises, it is grand. She said, that is the truth. That is the truth. I'm like, Miss Curlin, you be playing too much. Instead of her laptop having all that bullshit from work downloaded, how about I'll download her Ebonic dictionary? She can pass it along.
Girl. And listen, when that mug came
make sure you have an Ebonic encyclopedia, an Ebonic dictionary, the etymology. Make sure you study the etymology of the goddamn word, all of that.
And that's so sad, because I remember when ain't a word, and now it is.
Hell yeah. Because how you gonna say our language in whichever way we say it? It's not real fucking language. It's like, how dare you insult us? Whichever way we understand your ass. And I'm gonna share with you now, just because my degree is in early childhood education, K through motherfucking 5. Listen to me. In class, I used to be like, the first few years, when I was in community college, I flunked community college for several reasons, right? Shit, because I was out there protesting in the streets, freeing every damn body, free Geronimo Pratt, free this nigga, free all kind of niggas, just everybody, free, right? So I wouldn't get none of my classes, none of my work done, because I was too busy in the streets. So protesting and shit. So then the other reason is just because it was like, I didn't understand they ass. I did not understand the fucking Caucasian teachers, the white teachers. I did not understand them. So when I moved and I first came to Kansas City, I went back to school, UMKC. Listen, when I realized it wasn't just me, I started asking one of the other students, the younger students, the real young ones, like, what did the teacher say? Like, can you take notes for me and, translate? Because I really don't understand what she's saying. So I'm getting bad grades, fucked up grades, because when I think she's saying this, she's really saying that. Well, further along in my curriculum, there is a such thing, where people are talking, where one group of people are talking to you, and you literally take everything take everything they're saying, and you translate it the way you understand it.
Right.
So a lot of times with people, all this miscommunication is the fucking truth. Like, if you think you can sit, like, this is how come when, like, some of us think we have arrived and we start, becoming more diverse, we change our everything, because this is the way we feel like they are talking. We change our posture, change our attitude, we change our tone, we change every damn thing to fit the language and expression of another group of people. You see what I'm saying? They're not sitting here. Now, what if the shit was opposite? We kept our same verbiage, and we're becoming diversified, but our friends, if you notice, right, they're coming down to, up to our level, not down, but up to our level. Like, it's about time you took off that ugly ass navy blue suit and put on some Levi's and a fucking sweater, some leather shoes, right? It's about time you sat here and stopped looking all stuffy and like you so above every fucking body, and you got on a regular, sports jersey and some regular fucking tennis shoes. Like, that's what we need you to be. But it's so, you get what I'm saying? Like, so it's for real. I don't understand they ass. And a lot of times I don't try to understand them. It's not for me to understand you unless I come into that moment, and then maybe I can try, maybe, I'll figure out what you're talking about. But for the most part, it's rough out there. Think you be understanding people shit and they be talking Chinese. Like, what the hell?
And that be the truth too. And that's why it throws me off when we be saying, and I'm gonna say it again, when we say stuff like put on our white people clothes and doing, you know what I'm saying? Like, what? We listen here. If you can't be yourself, you see what I'm saying? A
Right.
person should respect you for yourself. You didn't. It was the only thing that your parents said was, "You embarrassing me in front of these people,"
Right.
because they didn't raise you that way. You see what I'm saying?
Facts.
They didn't want you
Facts.
looking like that in front of these people. Fix your stuff, especially in front of these people.
Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm.
It wasn't just white folks' clothes. It was especially if we was going somewhere,
Yes.
especially.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying? It wasn't not just there, especially here,
Mm.
especially here, especially here.
Damn.
Oh, especially here.
Don't you dare let Miss Jane see you like that. The fuck?
Lord knows. You finna go to the dentist. Oh my God, did you wash your ass? Did you change your size? Oh my God, what?
You gotta go to the dentist, right?
Right, you go to the dentist. What? Especially there. I don't give
Damn.
it had doctor in front of it.
Yep.
Especially there. You see what I'm saying? It's that. It wasn't that. It had nothing to do with nothing else. You going
Because
down
because
with your
listen,
friends.
it's the equivalent. It's the equivalent of if I was Spanish and you were German, you would have to literally fix your tongue to pronunciate those words. You see what I'm saying? So when people don't understand that, your posture is everything. Your demeanor, how you get ready to approach a thing is giving off communication cues. You can't miss that shit. So anytime you got to fix yourself up and make sure you this and this to go meet a different group, another group of people, just to conversate and understand them, something is wrong with that. Something is wrong with that. Shit. And I
Yeah.
got a lot of diverse friends and lots of shit. And they ask, oh no, this is what you get. I'm not changing for you. No, none of y'all own my checks. Not doing it. Not doing it. And I'm not in no low budget ass rooms. And that's just the truth of the matter. So people can say what they want. Like, oh yeah, you have to sit here and make sure all you got to do is make sure you read all 999 motherfucking pages so you can come burst what they ask just in case they come for you and try to make you feel dumb in their lane or what they feel like is their territory.
Because I promise you, when you brought your little friends home, I bet you it didn't matter what color they was, and they did something that you couldn't do at your house, they got it just like you.
Exactly.
Hey,
Facts.
you can't do that over here.
Facts.
No, I don't care who your mama and your daddy is. You're going to have to
Don't give a
call
damn.
them or go home because you can't do that over here. I don't know what you might can jump on your furniture and do all that at your house, but you can't do
Facts.
that over here.
Definitely cannot.
Right. Call your mama. As a matter of fact, call her and holler at her just like you did me and
That
tell her
part.
to get you.
And show me, prove to me that you can do your parents like you over here doing me.
Holler at your mama and say, Mama, come and get me. because I'm over here hollering at her like this, and she said that I need to
Don't forget
call
to
you
roll your neck and
hollering
your
just like
eyes.
this because she don't believe I holler at you. So you gonna have to come and get me just like that right now because she said I can't holler at her like this. Yes, you're gonna have to do that. You're gonna have to holler at your mama. As a matter of fact, call her and holler at her just like this.
Just like that.
You can't holler
Exactly.
at me like
Keep that
that.
same energy.
That's all I'm saying. You call her, holler at
Man.
her just like that and tell her, come on, get you. Because you can't
Not gonna
holler at me
happen.
like that. And that's
Yeah.
how we do that. Before you, what?
That is not gonna happen.
I'm going to need you to write.
I'm just saying, it's people, it's some man, it's still almost like, again when we had that big ass meeting not too long ago, and the one girl who's so used to, you know, uh asserting her authority all the goddamn time with that fucked up haircut and that weird ass outfit. I'm like, everybody, every single manager, department manager, operations manager came in there with regular clothes on, regular shit. She come in there with some old played out ass polyester looking shit with a polyester 3-piece. What the?
Come on. What year was that? I know they was itching and sweating. Polyester.
I'm like, first of all, I don't even know nobody even look like you lately. Damn, you is like too played out. But for me, it always goes back to when Drea always say that people in power and position do not want to give up their seats. They would try to be in these seats till they 999. I would keep saying that.
And that because and the sad part is that if you don't do it or if you haven't done it by now or to if you ain't put into it by now to a certain degree, you're not getting the social security, and maybe that's why.
Mm-mm-mm.
You see what I'm saying? Because this is, you know, I don't know what to say at this point. This is why I always Gino Jenkins sit right here presidency. Because things have gone so far. Listen,
Oh,
things have gone so far, they have gotten so out of order to the point that the cries are real and they just getting really bad until it's too
listen,
many.
I will tell them like old school ass Pastor Hagee said, in his words, reign forever. If you have kids, you got Social Security. Your Social Security is your kids. When
I
he
mean,
sat there and said that, I said, you know what? For the first time, our pastor got something to say.
but the thing for me is that
Oh,
it's
damn.
like, when did we get to this point where you knew opening the borders this was gonna happen?
It was going to disrupt, yeah, our way of life. Yeah. And we'll become like one of those movies with all those people and shit crammed in that one spot.
People flooding in
Fucked
here
up
like
housing.
water. Yeah,
Oh, it's
and
messed
but they are people flooding in here like water, and we haven't, and we about to hit a new season.
What season we about to hit? I don't know why y'all so upset about these immigrants. I just don't.
Listen, I'm not even upset. I'm deterred because
But why?
we didn't look out for
For our own.
for the homelessness that's here already before you opened up for to help assist others. And now you have a multitude of others, and then we hearing people that were homeless already, and you putting them out saying no room for Jesus.
Dang. That's toe up. Let's toe up.
So that you can put so that you can put in somebody else. And even though I'm saying right, but you saying we done all we can do for you.
Shit, and there ain't no room for white Jesus, man. We are filled to
You
capacity.
know, you're not an immigrant.
Mm.
You're not an immigrant. You're a what they say. You're an aboriginal. You was here already.
Here already. You ain't got them problems. You can just go snatch the land from their ass. Just snatch it. They've been raising their family there for 999 goddamn years.
You was here
Just come
already.
take
You
it.
are
It's
aboriginal.
yours.
You are
Yeah,
aboriginal.
fuck that. Hey, I'm aboriginal. I'm taking the land back, biatch. I don't give a fuck how many generations was raised in this damn house. I don't give a damn. Y'all getting y'all ain't got to go, but you got to go somewhere.
You know, ain't no need of you causing all that ruckus. I don't give a damn what color your skin is. You was here. What's your last name? You got birth certificate, social security card. You aboriginal. Get
Everybody last name Smith and Jones. Brown.
You don't give a damn if your last name Guadalupe, and you got, as long as you got a 9-digit social security number and a birth certificate, your ass out of there. You you aboriginal. You've been here. They said you've been here before. Hurry up this way again.
Well,
right.
you know what? Hey, you know, it is what it is, man. But you know what? The one and only reason I cannot fault them for at least attempting to get their shit or get any shit is because of capitalism, right? If you don't get in where you fit in to go and get yours instead of complaining and whining, then I don't know what to tell you. Because there's people out here in groups of people, such as the Aboriginals, out here getting theirs. They not sitting by the sidelines complaining. Well, they do complain on YouTube way too goddamn much. Sometimes almost to the point of whining about shit. But they got hustle in their ass, right?
Yeah,
they like, I'm getting my shit, and that's the way you should think.
They do. They do, and there's so many of them. You don't know what.
So many of them. So I mean, like God. I mean, like it's more of them now than it was as the original people or ever fucking was. Like, hey, what?
Listen,
I can't even read it. I don't even know a history book that got as many of y'all as it is now. Like, what the hell?
Listen, because they didn't know. They did not know. Listen here, history didn't know. The history didn't know. That's why when they said they threw this part away, they did a mixture and they threw it away. And I remember this part in history, and somebody else know it too. But I guess they scared to say it. But there was a part in history where they couldn't tell these people apart because they named them colored and Negroes, and then they just threw them all together and just, you know what I'm saying? But that history.
No, because I can't believe that. Listen. I believe it's the same color, color as us, right? Dark than a motherfucker, but with a whole different. With a whole different phenotype, whole different features, a pointier nose. They even just the texture of their skin.
These people
they do not look like us. They can be the same
intermix. After a while, these people intermix. And I'm gonna say this too. Somewhere, why is it that you gotta be 70 to even enter the Vatican and even look into these old Bibles and things of that nature? Why do you got a age requirement? Yes. So why is it that in order to find out the damn near truth, of the matters of fact, you gotta damn near be dead. The average lifespan is what? And so, even in order to go there, you gotta be like that man on the in that movie that said, "My eyes would be damn closed." You gotta be that old. So I mean,
Damn.
I'm just saying. So it is this serious, y'all.
Hey,
So,
but guess what though? Guess what though? We'll take a bunch of, melanated folks that are 70, right? Prove that they are 70 and still let them go up in the spot because they 70 is different, but
you
70
only
is
getting
70.
2 papers a piece, so you gotta, and you get so lost and
Some of our
scared up in
70-year-olds
there.
are still in the game, though, is what I'm saying.
Some of them things look big as one of the temples of Kemfari or Khufu. Yeah, they look like them. So I don't know if I could make it to even want something to copy, especially because you can only go in there by yourself. So
Mm.
I probably wouldn't even get nothing but a picture after 2-3 steps in there. I'd be like, yeah. 2-3 steps in there, I'll be like, yep, that's all I want is click, 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 like, yep, it's real. I believe everything they said. I'm not going in there. You know how big them temples is? Them mugs is like 3/4. No, they like 10 football fields on one side. Oh, one
Man.
side, 10 football fields. Listen here, that's one side. And we talking about Khuts. They call them pyramids, but they actually call them Khuts. I'm not finna be walking in and then they got secret doors and all kind of stuff. You'd be like walking over there like, come on, hurry up, run this way, and be like, fake door. No, we ain't going to do that. We're definitely not going to do
Where's
that.
this at again?
These are the temples in Egypt, the Khuts in Egypt. Right. And so listen, they not to be played with when you just walking around touring. And and you talking about it, but we talking about the Vatican. In the
Okay.
Vatican, you go see these other holy scripture books and whatnot, scrolls.
It's an age requirement. Damn,
You
I didn't
gotta
know
be
that.
70. You gotta be 70 at
Damn.
the youngest, and you can only get 2 copies, and you can only go by your damn self. It's not like you can take a tour. It's not like you bringing
That's
somebody
what I
with
said. Send our
you.
people in. Shit, we still in the game at
Oh,
70.
yes.
Go get all the info. Go get it. They need
No,
to be
you ain't
set. Hey,
getting
I
all
know
the
some
info.
fly
You get
70-year-olds.
2
Make sure they
copies.
bring their birth certificate.
It's 2 copies. It's it. So either you're gonna be a little bitty writing something, or you getting 2 copies.
It better be the right damn 2 copies. That's
But when
why it's
you get
important
in
to
there,
read the whole book.
right? But listen, these are the ancient. This is like Mighty Hebrew 400,600,497
BCE,
BCE.
ECE.
Right, CEEE. When the first crust of the dust on the moon, planet WCB 14-7P3 was the first moon.
I keep on telling you that's the advance. I told you because they be reading all 999 pages. Like, damn.
No, that I think he woke up at 2 reading. He was like, yeah, the first star was in 2472 347 BCE.
I cannot. You know what? I swear, as much as I love, I'm Gemini, and you know how much I love information, but I just cannot be the one to be wanting to remember all of that shit or even really just get it. Listen, if I get into a conversation that deep with you, we must be getting married. Because that's
Yeah.
a deep ass conversation, but the men can do it. But me as a female, I'm not even gonna. Oh, that's way too masculine for me. Hell to the no. No fucking
Yeah.
around with it. I will watch all you men, and some of the this is why the ladies always sound catty, even if they have good information, because I just don't think that. I think we're meant to be in all lanes, but not to be in all lanes.
Listen,
You know
that's
what I
why they
mean?
be
It's
mad at
really,
Dr. Jabari. They be pissed at Dr. Jabari. Be like, brother, that was over 2,479,000 billion years ago, brother. What are you saying? Brother. Brother, calm down, brother. Calm down, brother. Was not disrespectful to you. Now, brother, calm down. Know it like I know it. That was 749,364 BCE thousand years ago. Now, calm down. Calm down. Brother, stop making a spectacle of yourself. You know that was 479,650 years ago. What are you saying?
MCM, BCT. What the hell? What is
What are you saying? There wasn't even fish in the ocean
Can
yet.
you imagine being, you know what? Okay, so maybe can you imagine being married to a woman that was like that? Oh my gosh, you would be like, what the men always say, the woman is being combative. Oh, she's being combative.
Oh,
When
no.
no, you just taught her
No.
to speak like that, real strongly, super duper fucking opinionated. And when she is talking to you, it sounds like she's talking back when she's really just talking smack. It's a difference.
No. Because
It's a
Dr. Neil
difference.
is just as wise and and look how long they've been married. She's just as wise. She knows the meta. She's just as wise. She's whatever they balance, whatever she's a linguistic and something else, and when he's a priest and she's a priestess, and you know what I'm saying. And so they
Yeah,
balance out. So
yeah. Now, see, now that is balance. Now, something like that, that kind of situation, that is way cool. I think even let me not include that group of people. Never mind. Never mind.
here's a toast to you.
Can't do it. But anyways, yeah, but I'm just saying, like I just can't. Like that's just too much for me. I don't want to remember that shit, and I don't even want to be. I don't know. For me, it's a little. It's just sketchy. It's sketchy. I think for me, in my mindset, I think that when I see a situation like that, not okay. Let me be careful how I even word that. When I see a situation where certain types of women jump in the ring with men, I think that for me, I'm looking like, okay, so are you looking for a man? That's the first thought that comes to my mind. I don't think that, oh, she's doing a great job to be a woman in this arena. No, I always think there's some extra motive there. Like that's the first thing that comes to my mind. Now that may not be the truth, but that's what I think.
Okay, so are we saying because I don't want to I don't want to misunderstand what you're saying, because are you saying because she's strong, or is she overstanding him, or overstepping him, or is she just trying to
No, I just think that certain personalities don't mix well. They come off like that and make you question that. And I think if you have to question that, then it is that. There are certain women in our I would use our collective for an example. There are certain women that are strong in information. And when they one of the reasons why they look strong and are strong is because they're a female who read all 999 pages. Let's be clear, right?
okay.
So that kind of tenacity and power and strength is undeniable.
Okay.
When you got that, you got something. I don't give a damn what the rest of your flaws may or may be. You at the core of you, you are solid and strong. That's the way I see that. But then there's some women who jump into the collective for, they have motives. And we see it time and time again. Some of the people on, one of the shows that we come from, those women stay talking crazy, stay talking mess. They were all friends at once. It makes you wonder, like, okay, but why jump in a ring then filled with all of these men? And then turn around and fall out with most of them. Like, it's that's not, and then the content that you give, the content that you are, giving the people is not really information, it's gossip mostly. So you could be a strong woman in some people's eyes like that, but I don't think that that's strong, because the core of you, that's why you can do, the gossip, shit, like every day, all fucking day. Like, that is your job.
And I think that's probably what we sometimes be trying to look for. And that's what most of us try to avoid. And then we like to point the fingers. You see what I'm saying? On the others, but we have to find that out, because that's what they letting us know. But at the same time, we have to pick up on that. They say, people show us who they are. We have to believe them. Because why? Because they know who they are. So when they telling us who they are, believe them. They know their ass better than we do.
Yeah.
Right. And sometimes people tell you about other people, like they say, I got this friend that got this such and such and such and such, and we know who the friend is, it's them. But they saying they got this friend. You see what I'm saying? So they'll say,
right.
Watch out for Billy Bob. Billy Bob is this and this and that, because Billy Bob. But at the same time, you done heard them conversations where they said, and she was probably doing this, this, and this, and this, and this, and that, and this, and that, and they act like you forgot because you slow.
Damn.
Because, you ain't slow. Just because you ain't said nothing don't mean you didn't know. You see what I'm saying? It be shit like that. So you just pay it, wink, and you just keep
That's
on
that
going.
accountability part, though. You know what I mean? Like, people gotta, take some sort of accountability in, some of our, bits and pieces of our collective not being in the best shape it could be. We're supposed to be a community. Like, what happened to that part, right?
See,
And instead, all you kind of get is pockets of bullshit. Like, wait, what?
Sometimes in your neighborhood, you find out that everybody is not a neighbor. And that's when sometimes you find out that either you're in the hood, which has no neighbors, and then you're either in a neighborhood. So when people live in hoods, they don't have neighbors. They just in hoods. And then they wear things like hoodies, not jackets. You know what I'm saying? The whole thing is different. So, right, we take some of this intellect and then we misuse it, and then we take some little words and then we stay stuck with it.
Yeah.
Right, and so this is why Jabari is the most hated. It's not because it's not because of the knowledge of Egypt. They hate Egypt because of Jabari's knowledge, his intellect. It's not because of no other reason, right? It's because of his intellect. That's the only reason.
And I will, and I will, stay right here with it, even though I have heard that, he double talks, right? Even if he is, and I say this, even if he is double talking, even if it is sleight of hands, even if it is exaggerated, even if it is, sometimes he, come back and say, well, brother, that's not what I said. What I said was this. He still knows where to go get his sources. I'm talking about the drop of a dime. Boom. He's still ready. I mean, he stayed loaded and cocked, filled with information about anything, that's every goddamn thing, with an extensive extensive knowledge of it and viewpoint, right? He still whoop ass with one hand tied behind his back. So it's
That's
like
the same
you
reason they
can
hate
beat him
Reggie.
at all of those things, he will continue to stay where he is.
That's the very same reason they don't like Reggie.
Yeah, and Reggie will be the second person. Yeah, but until people can prove that they know that they can retain all of that and repeat it back as eloquently as they have and can, you cannot be the GOAT. And I don't care. It's what does Unc always say? Organized, a disorganized truth beats an organized lie every goddamn time. So
There it
even when
is.
people are coming on and they could be saying something, just grand, the way they come at him is so it's unscholarly. It's different as night as today. That if you were to work on your decorum and increase your knowledge base, maybe you could challenge him like that. But for right now, Jabari, Reggie, yeah, they stay to go. They stay to go for that reason.
You
You
know, and,
know.
and it's just a big hats off.
But
You can't.
we do got a third category, right? The third category is, all the drama that we have going on now, with who was that? Smash and Garfield and Sinetta and every goddamn body and Unk and oh my gosh and Reggie. When earlier when the show came on, we had
I thought
I was
Reggie and
clowning.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. So when the show first came on and we were just clowning about, what makes a person a beginner, uh, uh, intermediate, or an advanced scholar in our community is because the advanced person reads all the 999 pages because they got to get the other man. Now, even though they are arguing, it is high level arguments. I'm talking
Right.
about one of the reasons it has not ended is because it's really like two, even though I may have lost in this category, but it's a battle of the minds. And I'm going to show you how long and how extensive my library is in my mind over yours. And so we get in this long, drawn out ass argument about the diversity of African people or Black people. Did they call themselves Black? But the conversations, each time a person brings their viewpoint, is so good that you can't help but to watch each and every last one of them because they battling. And some of
Exactly.
them have, you see what I'm saying? And some of them have lost some of the bullet points, right? But they still in the game because they saying, listen, shit, I know what I know, what I know, what I know.
And they losing, and I think they losing it over the linguistics, right? Because again, I understand where I'm coming from, and I understand where Reggie and Smash coming from.
Yep.
So it's getting distorted to a point now because I'm bringing it all the way home, right? But at the same time, somewhere along the line we getting lost up.
Well, no, that's because he lost. Let me tell you, when Reggie, disproved even his experts. Like Reggie Reggie had,
Exactly.
weeks of that, right? Coming on, talking about, and and Unc said, right, in so many words, like, okay, Reggie, okay, so you won this one, but you won this part in the conversation, but you have not won the entire conversation. So then there's more. So then
This is where we
the
getting
bickering
lost up.
keeps going. But I'm just bringing out the point that it's high level arguments. Like if you're talking about a debate, these are the people you really should be looking at because they are
Right.
debating from 5 different, and you got Garfield, Sinetta, you got Reggie, you got Smash, and you got Unc, and who else? That's 5 people. So it's a 5-way argument, right? This is a 5-way argument. So now This is a high level debate. 5 people at once coming on with shows, doing everything, proving, getting information, getting experts. One is reading Medatranean. You see what I'm
Right.
saying? Like they're getting down with the get down.
You got 2, Smash, and you got Reggie. But the thing
And
is
Reggie.
that you got them saying that
Peace, Eric
Kemet
J.
doesn't mean peace, Eric J. Let me turn his mic on because I don't think he can. I believe they're trying to say that damn it, hold on. That Kemet doesn't mean that Kemet doesn't mean black. And from that standpoint, they're trying to say another language or what else. Kemet doesn't mean black land, and then they going from that point to make it go into other things. And this is where
Unc's standpoint is they were a diverse group of African people, right? And he even goes so far as to say they were locals. So when you say it like that, that is inclusive of everybody who lived there, but there's only the one problem, right? Which is the Medatranean, which clearly when they show that glyph, I have not heard one person for real say that does not mean black land, the land of the black, and all the other ways people want to put black land.
Eric, can you chat? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's me. It's Jay.
Oh, hey, Jay.
Hey, Jay.
How are you?
Hey. I'm good. I just woke up.
Oh, look at you. So you're going to be all night with Sakina. It's going to be Jay and Sakina, because I know I'm going to be dropping off because y'all be chit-chatting.
Kemet means, Kemet did mean black, but it didn't necessarily mean, I think when it added the T, Kem meant black, as in soil. But when the Kemet T came in, it moved into the soil of the man. You see what I'm saying? When it moved down, I believe that's when they started getting down. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
So when it meant black, did it mean black as an adjective or a noun?
I can look that up.
Because my whole thing is with that.
Well, hopefully it was a people, person, place, or thing. and hopefully you don't
because
add mixtures and cultures.
maybe Reggie would know, or Jabari would know. Did they describe people in colors back then?
Well, I don't. Yeah, again,
I don't think they did, because Unc's his original argument, right, was a diverse group of people. He never mentioned anything about a color.
No, I'm saying the ancient Kemetic people, did they describe people in colors back then the same way that the Europeans developed the system of describing people in colors later on in the 1400s or whatever?
No, 2 different descriptions of people. Yeah,
because one model is Eurocentric and the other model is Afrocentric. What we use today is Eurocentric. The way we view the world today is based off of the system that these Portuguese and Spanish, British people came together and developed. We're not using a system that African people developed.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, because you know what? Because that whole statement goes back to when I was telling Sakina earlier how, I flunked out of college, twice before I graduated because I didn't understand what my white teachers were saying.
Mm-hmm.
And in that moment, I realized, like, damn, how many other things, are misunderstandings between people when you think you hear a person and you really don't. Like you totally misinterpret every fucking thing they're saying. And I was literally flunking out of school because I did not know what the fuck the teachers were saying. And when I compared it to when I ended up getting a this a tutor and a student, a student to help me translate what the teacher was saying. And write down my notes. And so when they would give me back my notes, it wasn't shit like I thought the teacher was saying. And I used to be like, damn, is it me or what? I could have swore she said.
Well, I would say this. I would hope that Ankh can do a little research and get into the minds of the ancient Kemetic people, because otherwise he's looking from the outside in. He's not seeing it from their vantage point outward. The reason why Smash is able to do that is because he can read it. Reggie can do that because he can read it. Now, the thing for the spectators is how much do we trust what they're telling us the Kemetic people are saying, because we can't really verify it. But what Smash does is good because he teaches you as he's studying.
And he keeps it consistent so that if you are really trying to learn the language, you can. He has nothing but back to back to back videos of education. Language, Kemetic language, or linguistic, education.
Yeah.
He has very few videos of bullshit or recklessness in between. Very few. Very few.
Right. Right.
So, okay, Jay, let me ask you a question then. Do you think that when I say that right now, all the players that are in this conversation, the big ones, I'm talking about, you got Sonetta, you got Garfield, you got Reggie, you got Unc, you got Smash. It's, even though they're arguing about this, it's a high level argument. Would you not agree? Like, it's like the great debate going 5 different ways. So sometimes the information be so good, you got to go from channel to channel to channel to see, listen to what they talking about, because it's that good. And it has been that good ever since they started this argument. So I say that even though they're arguing, this is still high level arguing. Everybody read all 999 pages. Everybody. So the battle is on. It's on.
It's a high level debate topic, but I don't think everyone that's arguing is debating from a high level. I wouldn't say that. Because if you really debating from a high level, and I'm sorry, because I do kind of lean into the critique that Unc gives, but he's just so limited because he can't read it. So when you can read what people are saying,
so this is like keeping a scorecard. Yes, I love it. Yes.
Yeah, but if I was in the arena like him, I would pull that same argument because I think it's still valid. But I think he has to try to get on the same level and start studying the language. You have to.
Yeah, because he has the background knowledge. I mean, he knows just as much about Kemet as the rest of them do. But the only issue is that, he's limited in the language. I would definitely agree. Agree.
Now,
But he knows artifacts. But hey, another, let me tell you, alternative to language is artifacts, and Unc knows artifacts.
Exactly.
He needs to bring that out then. What about this? Let's move from language and go into cartography. I just read yesterday, when it comes to map making, that the ancient Egyptians, when they created their maps, they had East at the top of their maps, which was similar to the people in the Middle East, the way the Arabs does it. So someone who knows cartography could take that to say, why are these ancient Kemetic people orienting their maps the same way that these people from the Middle East are doing it? Are they the same people? Because they have the same system of looking at the world.
Yeah, they really do.
Yeah, that's another way that you can try to create an argument.
Okay, but listen, I thought, but as far as the people in the Middle East, I thought those was Ishmael peeps from the Christian Bible.
But weren't they related? Are we talking about like people from Put?
What is Put translating to today?
Phoenicians or something like that.
What? No,
what are
no.
they called? Not
Jay is.
Prometheus. I don't know what they call it. The people that's over there, the Pakistanians, is not Pakistanians. Is that what they call it?
Yeah, yeah. That's the Middle East. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I thought they said the land of Punt was in Africa, and they couldn't decide whether that was like the Somali people or the Libyan people.
Okay. Well, Punt was also related to Hatshepsut. So exactly, they were related. So these are this is where the relationship comes from.
Well, Gemini, what's
Okay,
your
but
I guess I'll learn how you guys see it. Which way do you all lean on, I guess, the racial identity of the ancient Kemetic people?
no, I feel like they call themselves. I feel like they call themselves black. I'm not. I'm not. You know. I'm not. I'm. And also, you know, there's some. You know, there could be. This definitely could be pseudo, but you know, there's some information out there. You know, like Dr. Page, who is the owner of the ancestry right.com. She says that she believes that, you know, with the DNA can trace you all the way back to ancient Egyptian. She has her own theory about that, about black people and
Well, check
in
this out, Gemini.
the
I don't
Egyptian
want you to
time,
go too far. I don't want you to
right?
go too far with the first thing you said. You said, and I'm not challenging what you said, I'm just digging deeper. You said you feel like they called themselves black. Black meaning what, though? Black meaning we come from this same stock of dark people? Or when they say black, we're calling ourselves black because black is a powerful color? In which way did they mean it? Even if, yes, they did call themselves black, what did it mean, right? Because when we call ourselves black, there's a meaning. So my question is, are the two meanings the same? Because I think ultimately on a deeper level, we're trying to make out, were they black like us?
Okay, listen. For me, it's a color because we're
Mm-hmm.
talking about when they called you black, that's what they meant, something that was powerful. Black was not a weak connotation. That's why they did everything black. And it's why they used the vitamin to make everybody black. They had a whole black obsession their own selves. So you think we're obsessing, they obsessed about black first, right? And so, you know, it was powerful. Then as we became conditioned type of people, now all of a sudden we were, you know, just in the 70s, 60s, 70s, and parts of the 80s, you were taught that black was bad, the black hole was bad, was going to eat you alive, eat people alive. Black, anything black was bad. Black face, you had I mean, you name it, everything. And then, right, fast forward, we're in 2024 and we're starting to break those chains again. So we can clearly see it's a cycle, or you know, it comes and goes.
I gotta get Tris in this conversation.
Okay,
Uh,
because what I'm seeing thus far is that the stages of Medatranean does not go it, so it goes into like a first stage, a second stage. I think I explained this to you earlier, Gemini. So it doesn't have like nouns and pronouns and all of those things what you asking for. So in the first stage, it had how we use it in its original stage, and then when it became the secondary stage, um, like when it became Centauri, that's what I'm looking for now. So like we had the earlier kingdom when it was Upper Kemet, and then when it became uh, uh, when they came to like the Union,
mm-hmm.
then they became the words changed. So then you had some of these symbols and things combined and they changed. And so that's where you had the old and the new. So this was in the new kingdom. or the Middle Kingdom one. I gotta think because you had the Dynasty Zero, then you had the New Kingdom, and then you had the Middle Kingdom, and then you had no, was it the middle? You didn't have the New Kingdom
Sakina,
first.
you be having notes. Sakina come with sources.
So yeah, you gotta I think the New Kingdom might have been last. So you had the Dynasty Zero, then you had the I gotta look because there's so many right, but
You
it
do.
felt like that.
Listen, I have 5
It fell in an order
to
like
you.
that. It fell in an order like that. So when Simtawi came in, that was upper and lower, and that's where you find this. Um, I almost want to call it a heka, but I'm not sure, so I don't want to disrespect it. But this is when you see these things come together, like it's like a heka, where they mix together. This is a symbol, and you see those things come together. Or you see the the symbol with the bird and the snake come together. Um,
Mhm.
those two symbols, you'll start seeing things like that, or you will see um, Waseret change into a Luxor or things to that nature. You'll start seeing those kind of movements, right? As you start moving forward
Don't our
toward,
DNA look like that too? They've made our DNA swirl together like that.
huh?
When they be showing, I said, didn't they? Don't our DNA look like that too? Kind of swirl together.
Yeah, so yeah, things will
That's the way
start
they
really.
show it, anyways. Yeah.
So I'm trying to find it, but then right, because then you get to these other translations as you start moving, because you got the Heliophis, whatever that changes the writing and the text. Right, because we saying right here in the hieroglyphic writing, early inscriptions. I see something about. Hold on. Thus used in the earliest form of Egyptian writing through the last confinement in the narrow circles of learning priests, conveyors of the period of 3, even 4,000 years. In the course of so many centuries, grammar and vocabulary were bound to change very considerably. In the point of fact that Egyptians spoke under the Roman occupation bore but little resemblance to which were current under under the oldest pharaohs. It is true that the new models of firelines which came into existence from that time were by no means adequately reflected in the contemporary hieroglyphic inscription. For the Egypt idol writing was always reserved to a conservative and traditional loving, uh, I don't know if I can say, taste of scribes upon those whose interests and caprice it depended on how far the common speech of the people should be allowed and contaminate the metanetter of God's words. Nonetheless, the idiom of which the public word of the 12th dynasty, about 1200 to 10 to 1085 BC, our couch differs widely from that found, for example, of the royal decrees of the sixth dynasty, found 2420 to 2294 BC. To avoid confusion of the beginner's notions, it is obvious desirable that he should confine his attention to some special phrase of language. There are three many reasons to which render the Middle Egyptian are more suitable, for that purpose than any other phrase. Yeah, this is in the what's the name of this? This is in the Egyptian Gardner
Mm-hmm.
dictionary.
Oh, okay.
Right.
All that came from all that whole entire meaning came from the dictionary.
Yeah, this is in the Gardner Dictionary.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and that's somewhere toward the Middle Kingdom that gets into it. This starts to tell you when those changes start to happen. And so that's probably when you get to page 300.
Mm.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Jay, are you still there?
Damn, you went to sleep on us?
No,
No.
I'm here.
He trying to call the
No, I'm gonna be up now. I'm up.
Okay, I'm so sorry. They got vowels that's not written. They got well, you know there was no vowels. You got Y's and Y's that sound like I's, and you got I think there's some A's. It might be some A's in there. There's several A's. Not really, I don't think. It's several E's. Let me see. Yeah, you got a couple of A's.
Now, are you talking about? Are you still talking about for the Kemet language, the glyphs? Are we still talking about glyphs? What are we talking about?
I was talking about letters, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so you got
Letters
a
that
couple of
translate
A's.
into the glyphs, or just letters?
Yeah, the glyphs translate into letters, but then after a while, some of the glyphs translate into um a whole little it could change into a whole little word.
Hmm.
Like shorthand. Have you ever took
Oh,
shorthand?
okay. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
so
Yep.
that you could put
Good
a glyph
example.
right, and so it can turn into a whole little shorthand.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
metal
I
letter
can
could
see
work
that.
like, yeah. So it can work like that. So you one or two things could join together and turn into something else. That's another thing that made what when he showed that board. So where let me see if this one got one on here with the numbers on it, because otherwise it's on my other computer. But when you get into numbers, it's the glyphs are different, right? So they do use the symbols of the straight lines or whatever, but the straight lines could also mean like saying something over again, right?
Mm.
You also could use it the way they count, like when we count 5 and then we cross one over, 4 and then we
Uh-huh.
cross one over, right? And we also do the numbers with counting for 10 and stuff like that.
Right.
Um, and so they wasn't using the like the Roman numerals kind, but it was something similar too. And but they were also doing different hieroglyphics for counting something too. So,
Mm. Yeah.
but when he using it the way he was using it, and then put numbers under it, that could symbolize a run-on sentence.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Or that could say
Yeah.
something that doesn't necessarily have to say that they were counting cups, or if
Yeah.
they were counting cups, or do you know what I'm saying? Because that says something to the 9 and this and that, but it didn't really necessarily match up with what was up there to say that's what that said. So because
Mm-hmm.
the scriber for what that was saying, I'm not gonna say it did or did not say what you saying it said.
Yeah. 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 I hear you on that. Look at that. Look at that. Sakina know the glyphs. Keep on teaching, sis. Keep on teaching. Mm-mm-mm.
I just know that there's no hieroglyphs, not no original hieroglyphs in Russia. Not no metal letters, not in Russia. All right.
Jay, you real quiet. What's going on?
I'm reading.
Oh.
I was reading about the oldest map that they found in Kemet.
Yeah, you know what? I like your maps. Are you gonna put some up? Can you share the screen?
Oh, good question. Because I wanted to ask you about this map, Jay. Do you remember that map that you had about the one that said with the
Europia
sacred,
and Negro land.
the one you're right, with the Europia, the land of the sacred whatever it said, to the unholy, or to the holy people, or something to that effect. Do you remember that map?
I didn't look at so many. Nah, I can't remember that exact one.
Yeah,
Listen.
I think that was a conversation we had with Tris. It may be already in our archives. That was one of the ones we were talking about at that time. Oh man.
Well, what's the question about it?
She said,
the I want to talk about the land itself, because it said Europia and the banner that was on it.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And because this Babylon, where is Babylon? Pull up your map with Babylon.
it's in the Middle East, isn't it?
Yeah, I was just looking at one that had one on there. If you give me a second, I could find one.
And let's rock.
Your ass is ready tonight. Tonight is the night. You want all that smoke? You getting it
Bring
tonight.
me that smoke. You said you'll be smoking with me, and I hope you will.
Mm.
I'm puffing and I'm drinking, waiting for you to walk in. I'm trying to start some shit. And I just can't keep still.
That's a true statement right there. Come on, new Betty. Got the old Betty White right and the new Betty right.
I just said, GemiNild, damn. No, really though, I do want to ask a few questions about this great place we call
So you want
Babylon.
to? Okay, you want something on Babylon in particular?
Yes. I need you because you are the teacher.
Now, are you saying show you this great place or show you this biblical place?
I want to see both.
Well, it is an actual place, though.
Yeah, I know.
Right, it is. But what about the history of it? The real history of it.
We can hear all of that tonight.
Tonight. Let's see.
Tonight we calling all. The doors are open. Give me the map.
Well, how far deep you want to go into it? Because
we can get down to the roots and pull it up.
All right.
Start from the beginning. Start from the beginning. Who the hell gave birth to them and called their ass the Babylonians? Start that. Start there.
You need to tell me the Babylons got babies. Don't you tell
somebody
me
gave birth to their ass? Yes.
You better not tell me these the same Babalaba, Papalapis, Papas.
Was it the Ammonites, the Menoites, the Cushites? Was it the Hammonites?
You mean to tell me, I'm finna act like my brother's here. You mean to tell me GemiNild, share the screen. I'm about to. Why yada? Why yada?
Well, seriously, think, it's like, right? When people get to claiming too much, ownership of shit, like, who are you? What was your, or are you mythological as well? So we can, of course, Babylon is a real place, but what they actually did in Babylon could be something totally inflated. And you know how people misrepresent themselves all the goddamn time. So what is so great about Babylon? Was it the truth? Who the hell are they before Babylon?
I want to see it.
Okay. I'm getting on my computer. You guys, well, Sakina.
No, I can wait.
Stop it.
I can wait, nephew.
Okay. It's not can you wait? It's how long can you stay in the game?
Listen here. Wait a minute. What's the name of that shit you be playing? This is not. Grand Theft Auto.
Sorry, Auntie Sakina.
This is not.
Oh damn.
All right, so I'm gonna jump in on my computer so I can share my screen the way I want to share it.
Okay. Well, come on then. Get your kung fu grip and shit on then.
I'll be back. Right back.
Right. He got you on the ropes. He got you on the ropes.
Hey, you put a character on. I'm ready. I ain't got no damn nails on. My fingertips hurt. Listen,
right, it's on now. It's on and popping, Auntie.
Listen here.
Just wait till you get back. Just wait till he get. Just wait till he get back. It's on.
Questions. I'm saving all my questions while you over there eating grapes like a Hebrew. You know they scared of grapes. I don't be playing with the trail mix. I think Walmart be like, here she come, hide all the trail mix. Okay, there you go. Hold on.
Well, hello there, J. Jones.
I stay flossing with my candy paint. It's about to go down.
You guys can hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Well, I found one thing for you.
What?
It's a tablet, but it's from like 500 BC. And we could see what they say about these people. How do I share my screen?
Are you going to see where it says settings? Yeah.
Oh, share screen. Let's see it. Desktop. Google Chrome.
Oh, Sakina, I'm sitting here eating this bomb baked potato from earlier. Oh my gosh, they call it loaded potato, and they just put, oh my gosh, they got this sauce on here that is so good, makes me want to lick the box. It's so good.
I
But
love the potatoes.
wait though. I'm getting tired though, so cutting y'all off at 12 o'clock. Cinderella turning back into that pumpkin because it's Saturday and the sister got to sleep till 10 o'clock.
And damn potatoes.
My week is done. Done data. I think I done did some of every damn thing this week.
Especially when they loaded.
Mm-mm-mm.
What happened?
I don't know. Maybe you have to restart his computer or something. Mm-hmm.
It's about to go down. You know, me and my Steven Seagal ponytail. Hockey stocky. Fortnite.
There he is. Let Fortnite in.
Right. It's about to go down with Fortnite.
No, I'm not really the Zoom like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I have to
You know we
redo the
teasing.
settings. No, it's okay. What made you all choose Zoom over the StreamYard?
What? Say that again.
What made you all choose Zoom over using StreamYard?
Oh, Zoom is much better. We can do so many more things with Zoom than you can with StreamYard. So many more professional things. Like it has professional tools. You see what I'm saying? You can webinar. You can have teaching sessions. You can stream. You got whiteboards. I mean, yeah, pie charts. I mean, anything you need, you can embed in there. It works almost like another app, but better. You know, it's like StreamYard, but better. Way better.
You can see my screen, Sakina?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll get started. This is the first thing I found on ancient Babylon. So it says Babylonian world map dated 600 through 500 BC. The author is unknown, but let me see if I could grab the image of it first of this tablet.
That first paragraph, hold up, that was juicy.
Well, I want to show the tablet just so we know what we're reading about, because we're reading about this tablet.
Okay.
This is the world map. It says it's the back view of it. Obviously, none of us could make out what the inscriptions say, but this is what they're documenting.
Right.
But I'll go back to the top. In 1881, the Iraqi-born archaeologist Hormuzd Rassam discovered what became known as the Babylonian world map while excavating a site near the ancient Babylonian city of Sippar. Rassam was looking for evidence of the biblical flood, and because he could not read cuneiform text, he dismissed the tablet as of little importance. In fact, he did not even realize it was a map. It was only in the late 20th century that cuneiform scholars at the British Museum deciphered the tablet's text and discovered its significance.
I think that's reading cuneiform. Cuneiform.
Yeah.
This later Babylonian clay tablet dating from the Persian period, 7th or 6th century BC, shows an Sisocentric, view of a flat, round world with Babylonia in the center. So this is what I've been reading about lately, like the way different peoples and groups orient their maps. Sometimes, like kingdoms, for example, in China, they would put their province right in the center of the map, just to say this is the most important, and everything else would be around it. For example, I was just reading about the Turin papyri from ancient Egypt, or Kemet, and they put the beginning of the Nile at the top. to say this is kind of where our civilization begins. So they put that at the top, even though the way we look at
Right.
it is from a Eurocentric perspective, where Upper Egypt is what we say is south and Lower Egypt is what we would call north, right? We have it completely reversed from the way that they looked at it. So we also, we have to keep in mind that the map that we use today became the standard map around 1400, meaning the way of looking at north at the top, south at the bottom, east on the right, west on the left. If you look into the etymology of north, it doesn't even mean the top. It means beneath or to the left, which is counterintuitive, right? You would never think it means something like that. So our worldview is kind of all screwed up, to be real with you.
So let me ask you something. Do you think that in the 1400s, when maps became the formal way of life, that was when they were divvying up states, when they were zoning and saying this is mine, this is yours, and they were actually solidifying that deal, meaning like keeping the agreement? Like what else happened in the 1400s to make one standard map? What was going on at that time? Were they,
question.
Did they still have empires or kingdoms where they own, all these massive, spaces of land?
Well, they call that medieval period the age of discovery. So I think to them, it was an age of exploration and reaching places they've never been before. If I show you some of their older maps, the Europeans only knew the world to be Europe, North Africa, and India. They didn't know anything about the interior of Africa. They didn't know anything about the Americas. It was just that small portion of the earth that they knew as the entire world. Yeah, but the direct answer to your question,
and that's
I don't
interesting,
really
isn't
have
it?
one. Yeah.
It's very interesting.
Yeah, but that's a good question. I don't really have a direct answer for that right now, but maybe we could we'll stumble upon an answer.
You know what? It seems to me though, a lot of times when they referred to themselves, they referred to themselves in a I situation, like only us, only our people. So sometimes, it wasn't broad because they weren't broad, right? They only respected three groups of people. They only knew three groups of people, and that's all they respected.
Who are you talking about
So
right now?
I'm talking about as far as their perspective of themselves.
Who's they?
When they drew these maps. That's why I asked the question earlier.
Oh.
Did they, was this a point in time too where they were either fighting over massive lands, or did they still have kingdoms? But you said it was like the Dark Ages, right? The Middle Ages. And so isn't that a point in time when they were fighting over who's going to get what?
Yeah, no? I know that was around the time where they kind of became what we know them as today. Like prior to Spain, they were split up in like Castile, this province, that province, between the sons of the king or whatever. Like, yeah, they were divided. And then they came to like as one conglomerate. You know what I'm saying? So before that, they were divided. So it seems like that's once they came together, that's when they started to branch off and explore more.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to also remember before that, they were divided in the sense that they were being conquered by the North Africans or the Moors. So they weren't even in control of their own land. They were under the control and occupation of foreigners. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people, you can make the argument that if the Moors weren't kicked out of Spain, you wouldn't get the transatlantic slave trade, because the Europeans didn't have that form of power in any sort of sense to start exploring into the interior of Africa, which they knew nothing about. They just started to do that because they wanted to see how far south the influence and power of the Moors actually went. So if the Moors don't lose that war, then history is different. I'll keep reading though.
Interesting.
Go up here where it says this later Babylonian clay tablet dating from the Persian period, 7th or 6th century BC, shows an esoteric view of the flat round world with Babylonian in the center. Its identity as a map attempting to depict the entire world is substantiated by the adjacent text, which mentions 7 outer Nagas regions beyond the inner circling ocean. That's black regions. This is a slight different concept from that of the early Greeks, from whom the encircling ocean was outside of all known lands. During the 5th century, Babylon was still a flourishing city, regarding as the center of the hub of the universe. Yet only with the rise to supremacy of the Babylonian kings with Morabi toward 2000 BC had its claim to this position become possible. Previously, the position was occupied by one of the former capitals of the earlier king of a central shrine, Sumerian Rome. The center of the universe from about 2300 BC. For that time, supremacy was regarded as conditional upon the possession of Nippur. So he was French. Shown here is an unbaked clay tablet now in the British Museum, Gallery 55, 15 case BM 92687, that contains a text accompanied by a map, although believed to have found at Snipper of Borsippa, Iraq, which is still in Africa. The tablet is likely to been made in Babylon in the 7th or 6th century BC. A noted inscribed on the tablet, however, indicates that it was a copy from an older tablet made, and it would have seen from an internal evidence in the 9th century BC. The tablet is somewhat damaged around the edges, measured 12.2 times 8.2 centimeters, 5.3 inches, about a third of one side, and all of the reverse is filled with text, and a map occupied the remaining 2/3.
So, are you trying to investigate the validity of like the history of ancient Babylon? Are you saying like what's the contention, if there is any?
Okay, so now I'm really trying to wonder, because why are we referencing Babylon to where we are now if Babylon is over there? Why do we keep saying we over here in Babylon if Babylon is over there? Why did they leave Babylon and then they over here talking about we over here in Babylon? What is going on? So that's why I want to know. Where is Babylon? Why are we leaving Babylon to come to Babylon where is Babylon? Why are we lying?
According to the Babylonians, Babylon is the center of the universe.
Okay, but if we left Babylon, because ain't that what this just said? They left Babylon, and then they saying that we are in Babylon. I keep hearing we in Babylon, but they were in Babylon. So what are we saying here, y'all?
You gonna believe everything you hear?
No, but are we gonna believe everything? Because this was the history. So what is the truth? I'm not going to keep saying we believe everything we hear and all this other. What do we hear then? Stop telling lies. And who's telling the lies? I'm not going to keep running in somebody's church and then we run around. And the next person get the Holy Ghost, I'm going to slap them, tell them stop all that. Because if Babylon was over there, you telling me we living in Babylon. Which one is it?
Yeah, I think I understand what they mean when they say that. But
If
I
we
don't know
live
how.
in Babylon, if America is Babylon and we living in Babylon and in Revelation and in Babylon and all of this right here, Babylon, and all of this said Babylon there, what are we saying, y'all? Because that's just saying we standing in the middle of the street with nowhere to run. What are we saying? I mean, come on. Where's Babylon? Or is y'all just trying to scare everybody? This makes no sense. You having people live in fear just for the sake of living in fear? Don't tell nobody they left Babylon to come to Babylon. Then either Babylon don't exist then.
I hope you're not tired already, because I'm
No,
ready
I'm
to
not
keep walking.
tired. I'm ready to keep walking because we walked from Babylon into what? Babylonian? This is Babylonian or Babylon? Come on, let's go.
All right. This Babylonian tablet contains a written description and a diagrammatic image of the world as conceived sometime after 900 BC. Its provenance is uncertain, but it's of the world. Its British Museum catalog number and the onomastics of the scribe who copied the tablet point to the city of Borsippa. The description written to accompany the map has an integral but complicated relation to the image. This world map is best matched with the category of medieval maps termed Mappamundi. It depicts a geographic totality that includes the local environment, but it is not limited to it. Circles represent cities and parallel lines, rivers, as in the Nuzi map, number 101. The largest demarcated area, shown as a rectangle on the upper central portion, is Babylon. So we need the visual of this. They're saying the circles on the map are cities, the parallel lines are rivers, and the rectangle on the upper central portion is Babylon, the point of view from which the map was presumably made. Also on the map are the states of Urartu and Assyria, the latter written with the determinative Ker, meaning land. The cities of Dur and Susa in the territory of Bit Yakin are included. The regions, cities, and other geographic features, such as the swamp and the water channel, are all arranged inside a circle bounded by the waters of the ocean, designated as the Bitter River around the entire encircling band. Medieval Mappamundi typically show the world encircled by the ocean sea. Within a spherical world picture, equally the ocean river is sometimes shown as dividing the land zones. For want of intermediary evidence, one can only note the cosmographical elements of the Babylonian world map without drawing conclusions about possible continuities. So I want to stop there because I don't want to go too far without being able to show this world map. So we could get a
That's some
picture of it.
interesting stuff, boy.
So this is it here, and it's saying these circles are cities, and the parallel lines are rivers.
And those circles of water, that dividing circle.
Yeah, and that circle is said to be like the ocean that surrounds everything, I guess.
Right. It's a map of the Mesopotamian world in Cuneiform.
want to see if there's a better. Okay, this they kind
I
of.
mean, I'm always thinking like, if the waters were like that, how the hell y'all get there and then get surrounded with water like that? Like, where y'all? I mean, that's some crazy. Either way, that's some craziness to me. It's like, how did what? So you're on top of a hill or on top of a large, rock.
Mountain.
Yeah, yeah. And then you're talking about you can't cross because of the water. How the hell y'all get up there? So either it had to not be no water right there once upon a time, long ass time ago, right? Longer than what we're reading about. Because there's no way that you can even live up there and sustain life long enough to even create something like this. So something, did they have I mean, they had to have a bridge to cross something. I just can't imagine all these damn people living like this for long periods of time on top of a damn mountain with no way down or no way out.
Well, the mountain didn't have to be the way they look now. They could have you know what I'm saying? The way we walk up and down hills, they might have been more formed like that back then. You got some mountains where we can actually you know what I'm saying? With because they got mountains in Africa where they don't have to actually
There's
climb
some
like
roads. It look like some roads. The bird, is that a beak? Looks like a
Yeah, once you like, for me, when I first started looking at these ancient maps, I had absolutely no idea what I was looking at until I actually
mhm.
read the article. And now you can pretty much show me any map, and I have an understanding of what they're trying to depict. It's just one of those things. It's so foreign to us because we're programmed to look at maps a certain way.
Right.
Yeah, but it becomes more familiar over time.
Okay.
So
Oh,
on
here's a
this, they
breakdown right here.
right, right. Let's see if I could. So it's like a key. So one is a mountain.
mm-hmm.
Two is means city, Cadian. I want to see where's Babylon. 13. So they're saying 13 is Babylon.
That's where they make the movie Babylon 13.
Yeah. Do you see the Great Wall?
Mm-hmm.
What is the Great Wall for?
18. Where's 18? Oh, okay. It extends
18
out.
is okay, so maybe that's how they got down through that water. Maybe a bridge.
Right. That's a good question, though. What is that Great Wall? 6 leagues in between where the sun is not seen.
Hmm.
Hmm.
And then we know 14, 15, 16, 17 is the ocean to them.
Right. Divided by the Euphrates.
And some of this is I can't make it
Well, how
out what
long
it
did they
means.
ass live? Because needless to say, I bet you they didn't have no long, prosperous life living up top of a mountain surrounded by a bunch of water. That's just bananas.
What they say 19, I'm sorry, what they say 19, 20, and 21, 22 is?
They can't make out what it is. They don't know.
They call it the Nagu. Leagues between
What is
somewhere and somewhere.
what does 6 leagues in between mean? That's what I want to know. 6 leagues in between means a league is a unit of length. Okay. So they're probably doing that to indicate like distance, maybe.
Yeah.
Those
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, that's good. Interesting.
I find it interesting because it just shows you how your worldview is just a worldview of your time, but at different times and different places, people's worldview is completely different. We like to think that
Yeah.
our worldview is the right worldview.
Facts.
And if we're being real, a lot of our worldview comes from Europeans. It's not even an Afrocentric worldview. It's a Eurocentric worldview. Think of even the months that we use: January, February, March. That's Eurocentric. That's Greek stuff, or whatever you want to call it, right? The names of the days: Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I think that might be even more Greek stuff, maybe by way of ancient Kemet, but largely it's a European concept.
Yeah, facts all day.
I'm not actually sure. I kind of want to say yay, and I almost want to say nay, because my memory is cloudy. Because I do know that like when y'all was talking about the upside down view with north and south, I want to say that's because of a flat earth view, because we already know from Kemet that the delta would be what we consider north, but it's south. So from how we see it would be north, but we know it to be south. Right. And so that's how we teach it. So that's south, and moving downward, what we would consider south would be north.
Right.
All right. And so that's how we see it, but if we would look at it, even being taught Americanly, we would consider China being under America. I think I said this once before when I said I told a joke one time when COVID came out and China had experienced a flood. I said that we flooded them out when everybody went and bought all this tissue and flooded China out. We flushing their toilet, buying all this tissue. We flooded China out. Right? China.
Girl, you know what? I cannot. Listen, you know what I think too? You know what I think? I think that too, when they describe it like that with the circles and everything, that's a form of a sacred geometry. These people were just, everybody during that time, they just thought so highly of themselves. So of course it's a flat earth and you don't believe nobody else is at the bottom or the sides of you. So you're gonna draw it that way. It's the way they see themselves, right? They draw it according to the way that they see the world and see themselves. They didn't see nobody else. They only saw themselves. So it would make only perfectly good sense to create something that you have only seen.
Right.
And as you can see, surrounded by all of that water, what have they seen? What have many of them seen?
Right, because when they go into these other maps or whatever, and you find out that Florida had a part in Africa, then you find out that Pennsylvania, Mississippi, whatever, has a part in Pangea. And when you look at the Florida, those things and the way they play in Pangea, you see where they get Mississippi and all of that was in Egypt, and you'll see all this comparison and whatnot. And so the continental drift has a lot to do with these old things, and and so that's kind of what I was gonna try to get into, but I'm not the one to teach that. Somebody else will have to bring that to the forefront. Dre, I think that would be good for you. The continental drift and Pangea. I would like to sit in on it, but I'm just saying, as far as the research and whatnot, because not just that, but the teaching of it, because you are a good one. But Pangea and the separation of the 5 to 7 continents, because it does lead into immigration. It does lead into how you could have walked. It does lead into the boundaries. It does lead into the flat earth theory. You can take Pangea, excuse me, and just go summer everywhere with it. But you can see where they trying to say Egypt in America. You can go and see so many connections.
I would
You
have
can
to literally see that on somebody would have to have a map that looks like that in order for
okay,
me
well,
to believe that all of that has happened. Now we know this, I mean, literally some of this would have to have shifted circular too, not just,
hey, show
come
her.
be it
Do you
all
have a
together and then splitting
Pangea?
apart.
Pangea?
Yeah.
Wait, Gemini, you don't believe Pangea?
No, what I don't believe is that the way that people describe what is what, and looking at some of these maps, that math ain't mapping. Sorry, either some would have to have turned. Are we saying that?
But wait, I can help you out. But even here's another thing that you may not be thinking of. What if some of that Earth is underwater, right? Because you're saying not all of
Which
it
is true.
fits,
Yes.
right? So like we could think how the sea level is rising, right? And some of the coasts that we know today, in 100 years, you may not be able to put on a map because it's not there anymore. The sea level has risen so much. So
Yeah.
we may not be seeing every part of land that once was.
Yeah. Yeah. Now that's true. That makes sense.
But even though I wasn't there to see it, I can. It makes sense to me just the way that certain parts fit. And if you look at the vegetation of these places, and it turns out to be similar, it's plausible. It makes sense. But I don't know for
Yeah.
sure. I haven't researched it enough. But to me, it like when I look at the west coast of Africa and how it fits right into what is it? Is it the southern part of the United States and South America? It kind of fits together real well. Either that's coincidental or that's not coincidental.
Yeah. I'm just thinking of just something, even more basicer than that, right? Just on a basic, right? They teach you that, the earth is comprised of mostly of water, which telling you that lots of shit is underwater.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's
What?
telling you that right there.
I do got some information. Go ahead, Jay. Let's see.
What you want to see?
Whatever you got.
Well,
I
what I'm
got
what I'm
some information, but we can rock it. Go ahead.
well, what I'm thinking of now, what screws my mind up so much is that if all these different cultures and people can orient their map in any different type of way according to what they see as necessary,
Yeah.
what is true north then? Like, what is north? Which way am I actually sitting right now in actuality?
Right.
And
Mm-hmm.
if that's the case, it has to be in reference to something else, right? I can't just say I'm in a direction with no relation to something else. So are we relating ourselves to the sun? Am I relating myself to that star up there? Right? It's all reference points. Meaning to me that it's all relative. It's kind of arbitrary which way you want to call things or orient things or view things. It's very arbitrary or subjective, as some people may say. So I only bring that out to express that again, our worldview is a Eurocentric worldview, to be honest. Like, it's not a comfortable thing to say, but the way we look at the world racially, the way
Yep.
we look at the world, the words we use is
Yep.
Eurocentric. The graphics and
Everything
maps we use,
closed.
this is the way they view the world, and we've come into it culturally, even though, like, if we went back into our heritage, our ancestors did not view the world this way. They didn't even view the world this way 700 years ago. This is something that's kind of after these people done colonized most of the world.
Colonized. Yeah.
So
And
that's
this
why I can, like,
is
truthfully, that's why I can entertain what someone like Commission teaches, right? Because he's coming from a different perspective that's not European, or something that OTK would say because he's trying to come from a different perspective that's not European. I can listen to it. My only thing with them is that I don't want any more smoke. Show me where the fire is, right? I know where there's smoke. They say there's fire. Just point me right to the fire. Because
where the fire at? Where the fire at?
Yeah, it's too much. It's too much tiptoeing for me. I like to get directly to it. Show me. I don't want to play around too much. Show me where it's at, and then I'll rock with you because you done showed it. You proved it. It's true. But I do think they're on to something.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Let me jump in there right fast before you move off this point right here. What if this is? Do you think this is optics? Right? You know how, science says, right? I mean, the way our eyes is upside down, right, to see a picture. So what if these maps, or when we're looking at north, south, east, what if it's just optics, just the way we see it?
My mind is so screwed up, Gemini, that even when I look at this map upside down, I see it downside up, if that makes sense. Like, I cannot unsee it the way
it's ingrained in us. Yeah. We definitely got a lot of Eurocentric ways. Facts.
Right, but the way we're used to seeing it, nothing makes that more right than this right here.
Yeah.
Believe it or not. It feels weird to say that, but this is no less correct than the way that the Europeans, and it was Ptolemy, they got that from Ptolemy, that Greek, Byzantine, whoever. That was his way of orienting the map. And like, for example, if you're standing up right now, which direction are you standing in? Up? Would we call it up? Would it be north? Would it be like?
Come on.
It's so arbitrary, and we're just going with their program.
And according to my Eurocentric thought, right? I've been told you I'm northwest.
You're northwest.
But look at how, but if you look at this map, what is northwest? Like I'm saying, like, I live in the Midwest, but my location would be northwest again, which, like you're saying, when you say it's arbitrary. Because depending on where you at, you can call things like,
Right.
And they named it right. Compass. Because you can compass everybody you don't know fucking around with that. Missing the mark.
Yeah, but it's very interesting. I mean, even, just going back to what he's saying, things could be covered in water. I mean, just even the way they even design maps, all that blue clearly is water.
Right.
But saying that water is rising. Yeah.
The thing is even in the water, understand me, they have to use these compasses and they have to write down 33,100 degrees left and all this stuff in order to track. They still have to use a compass and all this stuff because in the water, they can't rely on, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, up or down, up, down, or in the middle. Yeah, you gotta use that compass.
They gotta track hurricanes and all of this stuff. So when we talk about the continental drift, they're talking about tectonic plates and all of that, because that's what formed the mountains, right? That's what also formed some of those volcanoes, where this is where the volcano ash crept through holes and cracks of the ground that came from the equator. That's where you know what I'm
talking about right now. Ethiopia, right? Those are the same tectonic plates that are breaking up right in there.
Exactly.
In the middle of Africa right now. Somewhere.
And this lava comes from, like when we were talking about the ones that happen in Greenland, the lava comes from the bottom. And so when them titanic plates crack, the lava comes from the equator. It comes from the bottom. It comes, you see what I'm saying? So these are the things that we're talking about. And so for Pangea to even had existed and all of these things to be true, yes, is because Africa just had an earthquake and it got a 2-mile crack going across the middle,
Yep.
right? Same thing that happened in Pangea that separated. We talking about Florida. They saying that the boot gonna crack if they get 4 or 5 more thousand BBLs coming to the beach this summer. They say
Stop.
BBLs this
Stop.
beach, that boot heel gonna crack, and it's gonna shark bait. It's gonna
The
be lit.
BBLs don't always make you bigger. It makes you slimmer sometimes,
Yeah,
firms you out,
you can't be
rounds you out.
smart. But y'all gonna be some delicious shark bait, and y'all gonna be delicious shark bait with all that.
No, baby, ain't nobody with no BBL getting in no real water. Oh hell no, not
No,
no
it be
salty
the beach.
ass.
It be the beach. Y'all might be sinkhole meat because you gotta understand it's hard on that sand. Well, listen, I'm trying to tell you because hey, I don't even play when it comes to stuff like that. I already know.
Oh my goodness.
I test I don't even test the fruit. Listen here. I had to listen here. I'll be careful.
Look, Jay brought up the compass.
What is
Yes.
that?
One of the
Come on,
questions you
because see,
asked
no,
earlier.
I don't have no questions about the compass. I know.
Well, this article is real short, but it gets to the
Go
point.
ahead in. Come on in with it. The compass is real. Come on in.
It says true north and magnetic north. What's the difference? Compasses don't actually point north. So how do navigators use them to find their way? Compasses don't actually point north. Okay. So in September 2019, for the first time in over 360 years, compasses at Greenwich pointed true north. But what does this mean? And haven't compasses always pointed north? Erica Jones, curator of navigation at Royal Museums of Greenwich, helped explain this rare occurrence and the difference between true and magnetic north. So people think north is north, but apparently there's two different norths.
Well, yeah, in 360 years, that people been wrong for which part of the 360 years?
Part that was going to the
which era was they?
Medatranean.
Okay, from 2019 backwards to 360. Damn, that's us.
That's
yeah, they've been going to the
That's
Bermuda.
modern people. Damn.
1540. It is like 1560 or something like that. So
That's
what is
messed up.
happening? What is happening to compasses at the Royal Observatory? The British Geological Survey has informed us that at some point in September 2019, true north and magnetic north are set to align here in Greenwich for the first time in over 360 years. What this means is if you have a compass and are standing at the prime meridian outside the Royal Observatory, your compass is going to point to true north. Most of the time, compasses don't actually point precisely toward the North Pole. For true north and magnetic north to come together at this point is a really special occurrence and hasn't happened for hundreds of years. So magnetic north, I take, is the North Pole.
Right.
So this is someone standing on a meridian line in September with a compass, and for the first time in the history of the Royal Observatory, it will point true north.
It lined up.
So what is true? Okay, so what is true north? True north is a direction that points directly towards the geographic North Pole. I was wrong. True north.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we were both wrong.
Is not magnetic north. Is not the North Pole. Well, it is the North Pole. True north is a direction that points directly toward the geographic North Pole. This is a fixed point on the Earth's globe. So this is a location. This is a place that you could pinpoint. That's true north, but it's on the Earth's globe. And what is magnetic north, and why is it different to true north? True north is a fixed point on the globe. Magnetic north is quite different. Magnetic north is a direction that a compass needle points to as it aligns with the Earth's magnetic field.
Oh.
So the Earth's magnetic
field can be anywhere, just like you said. What is it truly?
Right.
Damn.
So the Earth's, whatever quality it is to this Earth, whatever we're on, this rock with this gravitational pull and magnets and all that, its magnetic pull is changing, right? So it's never constant, I think is what they're trying to say. What is interesting is that the magnetic North Pole shifts and changes over time in responses to changes in the Earth's magnetic
Yeah,
core.
The North Pole.
it makes
Just like the
sense.
South one. Come on.
And that's why I said it could have been anywhere. It's like, what the hell? In 360 years, look how many times that could have changed.
So don't that mean
North
that
Pole and the South Pole shifts. Listen, it's specific. The magnetic North Pole shifts just like it's about to, and the South Pole shifts just like it's about to, right? Over time, it shifts every 11 years, right? You can look that up. Those poles are shift.
Okay, but no, it's not saying that the magnetic it's saying that the true north points directly to that North Pole all the time, and the magnetic North Pole shifts and changes over time.
Right, but the core is not fixed. So that's a variable. You know, we talking about fixed and variables. So the North Pole shifts just like the South Pole shift. This is like what we call that?
Mhm.
Uh
Well, you
those
got to,
little
Sakina, you
go
got to
ahead.
be careful when you say North Pole. You have to say magnetic North Pole.
Right.
Right.
Right,
The
because
difference from true North Pole.
So
right,
there's
right. So
two,
the
there's
magnetic
two.
north is going to be magnetic to the south, right? So this is what we're talking about. The magnetic north and it would be the magnetic south, right? So what is it? What is it
It's
magnetic
not
to?
mentioned in South nowhere in this article.
It's not, but it's just using the magnetic north. Now I'm pretty sure you could look up a magnetic south.
There's two North Poles. There's a geographic North Pole and there's a
Exactly.
magnetic North Pole. The geographic North Pole doesn't move. The magnetic North Pole is shifting.
Exactly.
Now, what screws me up though, I don't know if you caught this, Gemini or Sakina. At some point, you might have to throw away your goddamn compass, because
Yes.
right, because it's
Yes.
telling you you're going north, but this north can change in 11 years or 20 years. So what used to be north on that compass ain't
North.
It's not.
geographic, it's not geographic north anymore, or it's this magnetic north that's changing with the Earth's core, whichever way the
Wait a
pole is
minute.
pulling.
And that would make, listen, don't forget the material it's made out of, right? You know, a pin and the what they use to make that needle move that way, right? So the
Mm.
material is everything too. When you're talking about which way Earth's core is moving, is shifting. You know, so true north, I guarantee they don't use the same material in order to get that. You know, what's that phenomenon? It's that it was that material too that they used to even to make it.
I mean, see now where my mind
That
goes
is
is
bananas.
what
Wow.
And
I
it's
want to
saying it
know
might
at I want to
go
know at
ahead.
what point did they discover that this magnetic North Pole is changing? Because did they know this back in 1600 that
When
this
they
compass?
change material to
Mm.
make it, that what they probably made it out of was probably real silver or some shit like that, some sort of real kind of metal to make the needles, and to make the because compasses were beautiful. They were pieces, right? They were pieces like time watches, and it's so they were crafted really well. Shit, this is you talking about a compass is the equivalent of a Swiss made watch, some shit made with precision. So when that
Mm.
material, when people sometimes feel like, well, we can't, we're out of this material that we're using. We're going to use this. Time had changed. That's why when we count back, right, from 360 years, that's still modern man. Even though it's the 1600s, they wouldn't cave, man. So, and that's the information when we go to school from 1600 all the way up into 2019. Each and every last one of us have been taught some wrong shit in,
Mhm.
about ships, compasses, and anything having to do with this longitude, latitude, using the compass. That's all in our time. 1600s, 1700s, 1800s, fucking 1900s.
It
Anarchy.
becomes right shit when they say it's right and they make everything else make it right. because again, all of this is arbitrary. It's very arbitrary information and an arbitrary perspective of looking at the world. And we know that just by looking at these other peoples and cultures, they got a completely different worldview.
Yeah. Completely different worldview.
Look at this. It says here, I say Greenwich, it might be Greenwich, but Greenwich, the magnetic North Pole has been positioned slightly to the west of true north for hundreds of years.
Damn.
However, its position is constantly changing, and soon magnetic north and true north will align. This alignment won't last for long. The British Geological Survey predicts that magnetic north will begin to shift slightly eastwards here in the United Kingdom over the coming years.
Mm.
Should I keep going? Or did we I was just trying to get into my point that like all of this is kind of arbitrary. The way we look at the globe, the world it's a Eurocentric perspective.
Yeah, it really is. You know, I mean, I guess until you really understand how Eurocentric, deeply rooted, how much of it is deeply rooted in us, that's another, causation of some of the shit we have going on.
And you're right,
Is
because a quick experiment of that is when we were talking about, even when we look at the map, I can't unsee it the way we know it. I can't unsee it. Even though it's upside down, I can't unsee it the way that we know it. It's so deeply ingrained.
Yeah. Facts.
Now, how many other things that they taught us are so deeply ingrained that even though we see something different, we still see what they taught us?
Shit. I'm still gonna go back to this damn compass for 360 years of being wrong. It's the same goddamn compass that the Boy Scouts and the Girl Scouts fucking use. Anybody who hikes and goes up the mountains and trails, and it's an important piece.
Well,
it's an important piece.
It's right if you understand that there's two different norths.
Yes.
You know what I mean? If you don't understand there's two different norths, then it's hella wrong because you thinking there's only one north. No, there's two.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard that before until now. Until you brought this article out.
How are compasses used to navigate? For navigators,
they've been navigating, but just wrong. Shit.
Obviously, right? And we know that. Mm-hmm.
This is how all them damn blame the compass on the wars and shit. It told me I was going over here. I'm supposed to conquer this land. Like, what the hell you doing way over here? We don't even know y'all.
Well,
the compass said go north, and we ran into a group of people. 1492, 1611. Oh, fuck the fast compass they had.
Now, so since we're on this topic though, right, of seeing things through their eyes and it becoming our eyes, this is related to the way that they started to name people though, right? They think they're going in one direction, they end up in another direction and call the people in the wrong direction the people from the other direction they were supposed to be at.
Facts.
That's it.
Facts. You can include all of that shit. All of that.
And wonder how it happened.
Mm-hmm. Shit. And then after so many years pass by and they realize that you just got to keep the shit going.
Exactly.
Why change it? Why recreate the wheel? For what reason? For what?
Now, this is where I agree with Ankh a little bit. I think I agree with him a little bit because I think, if I understand what he's arguing correctly, I think he's getting at Smash by saying they're not the same black people as us. Even if they call themselves black, does that now mean that they're all the same people? Or are they their own people?
No, every generation is their own people.
Okay.
I mean, even when you show pictures of your grandmother and great grandmother, yeah, you look like them, but you don't look like them.
Right.
So yeah, hell yeah, people are gonna continue to change over
Yeah,
generations.
yeah.
Period. And when they show pictures of us, they're gonna be like, "Oh, damn, okay, I can see the resemblance."
Toast the almonds. If we ever come together and say we are a people, because right now, we trying to identify a color. If we can, or are we just gonna be the colorless? Because this is our new fight. We always fighting over something. So now, we trying to be we don't have a ethnicity, right? And we don't have a color. So are we, because we can't even be the brown people, because we know the brown people as another classification. So who are we? What color can we be?
Sakina, I'm gonna use your words. We just happy to be here.
Yeah, we the glad to be here, because we can't even be
We're glad to be here, people.
right. We, I don't want to be part of the Skittles, but we just glad to be here. We the
Yeah, we
Smileys.
just happy to be here. That's it. That's it. That's why we better get them. That's why people better sit here and either put up or shut up, or go get them damn jobs before all the immigrants clean themselves up. Shit, and keep your job because they do it better than you. Shit,
Mm-hmm.
I would sit here and get rid of your ass too if my new person can do your job twice shit better, less time, less more quality, shit,
That
more
part.
speed.
That
So I'm
part.
just saying, for all my peeps out there listening, while y'all hollering the immigrant system and immigrant stat and not taking the time to sharpen yourself and sharpen your skills,
Man, it don't matter if
don't
they
if
can
you don't
read
have a proper plan B, I don't know what you gonna do. They don't bother people who got themselves together in such a way. They only bother people who, shit, lallygagging or with some other misconception. So
y'all the new abos. Y'all done already been here. Y'all done
I'm
been
just
here
saying,
already.
I had to put that service announcement out there because I'm just like,
Y'all the original people. They don't care.
They
Beat
over here
me,
watching our
stab
show.
me,
Look,
you wanna
look, they
have
watching
me.
our show right now, talking about we over here because of this compass. We thought this was true north, and we thought this was true north.
Yes, yes. They gonna
We
tell you
ended
to
up
get
in Texas and California because we thought that was true north.
yeah. They gonna tell you to get an NIV, a JIV. That's that jive. Get you a jive Bible.
Damn.
They gonna tell you to get something
Hey,
because
I would use that. If I was one of those attorneys, I would be like, listen, they are here
mhm.
because for 360 years, the compass have been wrong. And when one of them had a compass and they were navigating across the of the Mississippi River, and then they walked, and when they finally got there, it was California,
Well,
Arizona,
I'm
Nevada,
telling you right now, you go to Pastor Jennings. He
Texas.
gonna tell you how to get yourself together, and you gonna get it together. Because listen here, that man for
Oh man.
that man go get Pastor Jennings. He gonna get you out of here. He gonna.
Listen. I'm gonna be Judge GemiNild, and I'm gonna get you out of there because I'm gonna for 360 damn years. They thought it was true north, and it brought their ass here. Now they
Listen
here.
here, them
Shit,
people
and
serious.
about a year or two, they're gonna clean themselves up and they're gonna surpass you. You ain't even gonna know that was the immigrant who came here on a
Man, them
boat
people
in
can
the
get them a
moat.
job tomorrow. Listen here, if you don't get your shit together by Monday,
Mm-hmm. By Monday, right?
I'm telling you, listen here, Pastor Jennings finna tell them people, listen, y'all better hurry up by Monday, because Pastor Jennings gonna tell them right now, y'all over there playing, giving these people all this money, when all y'all
Yeah, you're
need
giving
is
their ass the opportunity. The government is giving them an
listen.
opportunity, and we giving them an opportunity
That's
because
right.
and we complaining instead of saying, "Well, they ain't gonna take my job." Shit, let me either
Yeah.
hurry up and go ahead and create my own job, or If I'm trying to climb the ladder, let me hurry up. Let me read more policy, more procedures, more process. Let me get in the game real firm.
Pastor Jenner's gonna tell them why y'all giving them all that money, and all y'all need to do is give them 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish, and y'all gonna feed a multitude from here to Chattanooga, Tennessee, and then all of a sudden, listen here, Pastor Jenner's gonna get it, and y'all gonna be looking crazy.
Listen, I'll tell you a true story. Listen, in California, when the first wave of immigrants, that they call immigrants, because we've always had Mexican people. I told you I don't know nothing but immigrants. Where
they
coming
calling
from
them aliens, girl. Listen,
right?
Here,
They were calling them aliens. Them not even really immigrants. Immigrants was a new term, right?
They calling them aliens now.
But listen. This is what literally happened. They had Cesar Chavez had passed. And boy, that changed the whole direction of their mindset. You see what I'm saying? That young people rallied together, hopped in politics. Listen, they were working. They took over all of the executive type jobs. All the corporate jobs was nothing but Mexican people. And it was at one point that entrepreneurship, the reason why a lot of Black people in California even do entrepreneurship is because they couldn't ever get hired if the Mexican was a manager or in upper management. They would deny. And all those corporate places became filled with Mexican people. And so Black people went into entrepreneurship, start selling hats and T-shirts and shit all like that. As another means to say, well, you know what, fuck that. We ain't got to sit here, and we don't like downtown no ways. That's where Skid Row is. And we'll do our own shit. Go down, and as a matter of fact, where everybody even gets the shirts and T-shirts is down there at in Fashion Alley, where the alley, which is right next door to Skid Row. Ain't that some shit? How about that?
So that's when they started giving Black people jobs too?
No, they were not. They were not NOT.
Yeah.
Shit, they got that, like, serious, like, people, when I think about that, all that comes to mind is how we really underestimate edu-fucking-cation and coming together, even for one instance. Because out of that entire movement came that right for them to the ones to stay here and go to college. What was that bill? The American Dream, the American Dream program came from out of that. That American Dream program stemmed all the way back from back when Cesar Chavez ass died. They ass got together. It was bananas. And if you in California right now, all the good seats are filled right now by Mexican people. Right now, the mayor, the governor, the this, that, and the third. Right now, like shit has changed. So I'm just saying, we can't still let a group of wave of immigrants come in, and we still at the bottom. Some goddamn, oh hell no, come on, because that could very well happen again.
Listen here, and California was Mexico, so shout out to
shit. We resilient ass people. I bet you we had Crenshaw, places like that on lock. That's when mom and pop stores was in like Flynn. Shit, wasn't no Walmart. Walmart was still like what was the Walmart? We had the malls, but wasn't no damn Walmarts. Shit, you have mom and pop small businesses, Black small businesses, and mom and pop stores. Everywhere.
All that's gone.
Yep, all that stopped. Yep, crazy.
Yeah, all that's gone. They robbing stores and everything, like, it's terrible. It is terrible.
Well, that's that conversation that y'all had about global distribution, though, right? That was the point of that, right? So if theft and all these other things, and these retail stores are having issues, they're going online.
Yeah, we got to resurface that again, because uh, we got to get into that one more again because the online shopping and how they need to resurface that again because the options and the way these stores are getting shut down, they are getting shut down. People
Yeah.
are looking at online shopping at a whole lot different. Um, and the reasoning is a whole lot different. You know, the values that they're getting compared to going to the stores, the risk that they're getting compared to going to the stores. The reason, you know what I'm saying?
It almost makes you wonder too, though, you know, did they, did they kind of sway people, hijack people into going to online because so many shootings were happening at the malls and especially in the malls at one point in time. It was like a shooting every other week, like shooting every week at the malls. Now they're shooting in Walmart. How many times do you hear that, right? So I mean, like
Mhm.
it's like you go to the shopping center or the mall, it's bang bang shoot 'em up. Yeah. So hey, I'm a business owner. I'm going to an online platform where I don't have to worry about all that.
You know, I
So I'm
mean,
not sure if that was made up. Some of that was designed that way, but it pushed it that way for sure.
but and then we looking at all of the recalling of certain items because once it gets to, you know,
Mm,
we're looking at the distribution, but some of the distribution is once it gets to uh said third and fourth parties. You see what I'm saying? Like
yeah,
once it gets to the grocery store, once it gets to these second and third hands versus just leaving the farmers straight to the person and you know what I'm saying? And so we looking at things like that. So you have farmers actually packaging and sending items, or when we get these said supermarket and they sending them straight to you fresh or what have you, how we getting these different options now. So again, when we talk about catalog ordering, this was almost the same value of that era, that time. So this was the bonus for that era. And so we're saying online now, which is the same kind of bonus in this era. And we're going back to that. You see what I'm saying? Because it was like the first thing coming and yet it was is still getting your discount, still getting your value, still getting that.
but see, that's why it almost makes you believe in the buy USA, because we know it, at least if it has to travel far, it's going to travel as far as just DC to California, or maybe as
You
far as a
know,
little bit, maybe Canada to to the south. So buy, made in America is a real thing. Made in America, because we would prefer fresher, closer items, period.
yeah. And so that's what we have to look at when it came to things of that nature. And so when we talk about global distribution, um, globally, we weren't just meaning outside of America, but because we are able to globally, whatever state we live in, we can still contact and get it from another state. Like when we were talking to,
Right.
I think it was Marcus saying with the purple sweet potatoes, we could be able to access that now. You know, from no
Right.
matter what state we live in. That's global distribution. We're
Yeah.
able to do that now. And so these are the wonderful things that we are able to do, and still be able to uh, shop while
Hmm.
in our local areas, and however we able to do that, to trade,
See,
buy.
but I say we bring manufacturing back, and part, and bring back the notion of imports and exports. I'm talking about letting having local people jump in the game, to do this. I really support made in America stuff. I appreciate that. It's like, shit, I don't want to keep waiting weeks while that shit is being shipped to several different shipping ports just to get to you. That is crazy when you think about it.
Sakina,
And
can
so
I
by the
Mhm.
time it gets to us, there is a lot of recalls.
And GemiNild, y'all mind if I give out this channel to Marquise?
Yeah, what Marquise doing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, hey. Tell Marquise
He
hey.
didn't know you had a channel, so I just sent it to him.
Oh, okay.
Okay. That's what's upper. Yay. Right, because that definitely we definitely gotta go back in that. We definitely gotta go in there. And then you got intricate parts we could definitely branch into.
Girl, we need to bring manufacturing back. I wish I could get into I want to get into manufacturing so bad. Like that's another low key besides astronomy. Like manufacturing, like oh my god, to be able to have a machine to replicate and duplicate, your products and items. That's man, that's the shit.
Yeah, most definitely.
That's working smarter, not harder. And I think because they gave all the manufacturing jobs, they sourced them out. We don't have any manufacturing companies, I don't think, in North America no more, or if we do, very little. Somewhere
Yeah.
shit in no man's land.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we need that shit because that is manufacturing is what has made China wealthy. Shit, they the manufacturing gurus. Shit,
That's
me
what
too.
I'm saying, because a lot of us left it, you know what I'm saying, to make our money to make our money elsewhere and to sell it back here. You see what I'm
That
saying?
shit's
Because
crazy.
it's
It's like I
cheaper.
can't believe we gave away all those fucking jobs like that. Like, are you
You know what I'm
serious?
saying? It was
That's
cheaper to
bananas.
the products was cheaper out there, and then make the products there and then sell it
The
here.
material, yeah, the material was cheaper. Yeah, yes. But
Just
still,
saying.
right? That's a damn shame because, to be quite honest, shit, materials, is scientifically made, right? You have to mix this and this in order to get this. So if we had more scientists and had more, people, that wanted to even go into the science of, making materials,
Yeah,
all
that's
the shit
what
that we use, aluminum foil, large plastic. And then once you make the material, all that shit has to be manufactured. There's a
that's
company
what they were
making
trying
that
to do
shit.
the dollar, make the dollar a euro so that it would be a fair equal amount all over. So if that happened, then you wouldn't have to worry, because the American dollar is not really valuable, but it is in other countries.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the skill set. I'm talking about,
No,
I'm talking about what it is. And I wouldn't care what currency, if I, when it's in manufacturing, I wouldn't care. I would take all the currencies. All the currencies
yeah,
are welcome at this
that's
manufacturing
the
plant.
whole thing. Some other currency, you can take American dollars some places and it only equals up to nothing. But you could take American dollars some other currency and you be having a whole bunch of money. That's the
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. I
so
mean, but
that's why a
you have
lot
to
of
have yeah, but you have to have, a currency, what's the name, the to help you read the currency was a currency calculator. You have to have a, when those current, you have to have something like that so that you can know how much you're charging if you taking everybody's money.
but again, that's why a lot of people, Americans, right? Because we know the dollar. And if it didn't make dollars, it wouldn't have made sense to move. And that's why they left.
Oh, Lord. Don't make dollars, don't make sense.
And that's why they moved. You see what I'm saying? Because they follow the Monty. You see? They is not playing with you and nobody else. They said, believe me, I'll eat some rice. I'm not playing. Fish. I love that.
Listen, times have changed so much, right? In my brain, just on the conversation of, just business for now. Listen, even in the third world countries, you take a place like Cambodia, you know, where a lot of the bricks, you know what I mean by bricks, a lot of the bricks come, you know, those people have even figured out like, no, this is how you protect your territory. And since this is the only game that we have, because this is the only reason they come over here, is for said plants. You see what I'm saying? Said thing. That's all we grow. So this is all there is. So there is no other quality of life unless it was a peaceful one, right? But then they realized, well, shit, you know, somebody realized they're sitting on, you know, a plant that can, you know, manipulate and turn into something else. Next thing you know, you have people trying to take over all of these areas where this shit grow. And look at those people who've said no. I mean, they don't just say no, they're fighting for a whole reason. Like they know the whole business of what it is that they grow. And we talking about people that's really an uncivilized place, right? Still has thick, lush trees and shit. You know, there's really no cities over there. So, you know, times have changed to even where the lowest man now understands varying degrees of business, even enough to protect their territory in a modern kind of way.
Yeah. Dang, did I download that new Israel wall they put up? I think it's in Israel.
The who?
Oh my goodness. Let me see. Hold
Man,
on.
I was trying to wait for Marquise to come on so I can say hi. But I'm supposed to get off of here. It's supposed to be 1 o'clock.
Wait a minute.
I
Hold
have
on.
Yeah,
literally
he's
been
probably
up.
watching.
Oh, okay. Hey, Marquise, how you doing? Thought you was gonna hit the button at least for a second.
Uh oh shit, I didn't even share the screen. How I'm gonna pull up something? I gotta what am I doing?
You trying to share your screen?
Yeah, I gotta
Oh,
I gotta I gotta
mm, mm,
I
mm,
gotta
mm.
okay, let me do this first.
We don't even know what you're looking for. Jay, what is she looking for?
Listen, oh my goodness, panic attack.
What is going on? No, I need to know. You guys know. There's some
Oh my
explaining to
goodness.
do.
Did you make me oh my goodness, did you make me forget? What was I talking about so I could think about what I was trying to pull up?
Jay want like me. He want to know what is we finna watch.
Jay,
Mystical.
what was I saying right fast? Hurry up, please.
You wasn't. You was humming.
We might have to
Oh,
rewind you on the video because you
oh
did say
my
it right
Exactly.
goodness.
before.
You know what? See, you know what? This is what we call
We'll call it the auntie files. The auntie files.
no, this is what we call a damn shame. Y'all supposed to been paying attention.
Mm, 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 mm.
Yeah, say that part.
You
uh-uh.
said something about an Israel wall, right?
Okay, thank you so much. Now I know I'm in the wrong place because that didn't make no sense for me to be saying something and then you forget all about. Right, we finna blame it on the boogie. Right, we talking about one thing, and then all of a sudden you you gotta blame it on everything. All right, let me find it. It is.
Yeah, find it, and then I'm gone. Man, I'm supposed to just get off
Hey,
here with
oh
y'all
my
at 12
goodness. See,
o'clock.
you make me
Okay.
nervous. You make me nervous when you do this.
Oh my gosh. Blame it on the rain, Hunty. Blame it on the rain. It's fine. It's cool. Whatever.
Okay, let me see. It is.
Whatever. Whatever. Mm. And Jay, she just gonna sit there and act like, right, it's me.
I'm sorry, did I act like it was you?
Oh my, oh my God.
I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to act like it was you. All right, now I'm in my screen, and I'm gonna go to. Let me see. I forgot how to do it. Okay, I'm
I will
going to
say in the meantime that I think what we're doing now, or what we just did, briefly, is important to kind of dig
This
into
is
the
NEOM, Saudi Arabia's vision for the
roots
future. An advanced,
of
sustainable, and
Europeans.
futuristic
Hear you.
city.
I'm sorry. Go
No.
ahead.
I'm just saying. I think it's valuable to dig into the roots and the mind frame of the European.
We right about
Yeah,
that.
facts. Yep.
So what is this?
Okay, so this is Ning or Ning. I think that's how you pronounce it.
Neom.
Neom. Okay, this is Neom construction. Right. So just we just gonna play a few, probably about 3 or 4 minutes.
Unlike any other. In October of last year, many trailers and videos about the start of its construction reached millions of people around the world. But somehow, updates regarding its current progress are difficult to find. So what exactly has been going on, and how much, if any, have they already built? Starting off with me. Hi, I'm Regis, and I've been hosting this channel for over 3.5 years now. That's crazy. Together with Lewis, Freddie, and our team, who create all the videos in the background, we want to share the stories of the most impressive and sometimes even insane mega projects around the world. But why am I showing my face now? Well, we want to show you some insights behind the scenes and continue to improve our videos with each upload. So we're excited about this next step. What started out with very simple scripts and editing has now turned into actually quite a big team working on better visuals and more in-depth research for all of you guys. With Lucas, Alan, Hugh, Lydia, Daniel, and Simon that are researching and translating the videos for our German and Spanish channels as well. So thanks a lot to every single one of you for all your support on our videos. And now, here's the construction update of the line. First announced back in 2021 by Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the line is by far the country's most ambitious mega project to date. It's supposed to be a self-sustaining linear city that would stretch more than 100 kilometers from the Red Sea up to about the city of Tabuk to the east. The plan for the city consists of two 500-meter tall buildings that would run parallel to each other. The vision is that everything you need is within walking distance, and the entire city will have 0 cars, 0 roads, and emit 0 emissions. Of course, an announcement like this provoked a lot of reactions, especially after drone footage of excavation work was revealed way back in October of 2022. But not much is known about the actual progress of the construction site. So, how does it look today? According to the latest information, there's actually been a lot of work done on the line over the past year. In a recent exclusive interview from the project's executive director, it was revealed that construction of the vital infrastructure is estimated to be 20% complete. This includes important roads, offices, and logistic hubs necessary for future work on the site. These developments can all be seen on satellite images surrounding the entire project's length. And compared to images we've already shown from last year, there have been many substantial changes to these sites. The Neon Community 1, for example, now looks and functions like a complete city of its own.
I don't know if that's YouTube telling me to close the app. Yeah. Yeah, I think they want me to stop it for a minute.
Yeah, I remember because I remember them shiny ass walls.
Yeah,
I thought that was real shit. I didn't know that was just something they was projecting that they were gonna build.
No, they're actually building that. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So it's actually being and they're actually building it, and it's under construction. And you see, it's actually also going underwater. You know, so
Hey, if they can pull that off, and then that's tight like that.
Mm-hmm. And so you remember we was also showing that the one that they were doing with the New California. And so we haven't looked to see have they started working on a new Maui or any other projects. But again, that's when so when we was trying to talk about Babylon, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's again, it's not what they're saying, it's what they're not saying. You know, so I like that you going into these maps and now that we brought this compass up with all this, you know, misinformation with the compass. You know, we also got I brought up the South Pole, the South Magnetic, because we know magnets attract. I get that we saying the magnetic field, but you know, the North Pole is a magnetic to the south. We batteries play a part in this. We say positive and negative. So the North Pole played a part with the South Pole. We're not gonna pull one pole without the other. We talking about polarities, right? We talking about polars, and so I'm pretty sure that because when the polar shifts, I only assumed. So I'm glad you said, you know, I have to be careful when I said what I said about those magnetic shifts. But I know that there is a magnetic shift that is going to be happening solar. So I was assuming that those magnetic shifts that they were talking about were going to be the same as the solar shifts. We have some solar magnetic shifts that's going to be happening. So now they're trying to say that those are not the same. I don't know. That kind of is throwing me off, especially when you say that you need to be accounting suns and stars and all that stuff to compass your direction. So yeah, that's why I said we need to rock that because I'm not understanding that. You need all of this to accomplish your directions, but yet the magnetic polars don't have nothing to do with uh uh the shift. I don't get that.
Brazilian monk said peace, Sakina-Ra.
Tom, I said peace, peace, Brazilian monk.
Mm-mm.
Peace, peace, everybody in the chat. So I just don't. Do you understand the lines I'm drawing, Jay?
Man,
Mm-hmm.
that's crazy. I didn't even know that was going on.
Yeah, so that's why I'm asking about, especially when we come back to Babylon, that's a whole different line. And then when you look at those little triangles on that map and that line with that wall that you showed, and then we got these little arrow things on that map you showing, and I understand we don't want to see and hear, but if we pull up a map, Iraq, Iran, all of this is in Africa. No matter what we want to name it, it was the Pangea shows this, and we can call it what we want to, but it is what it is. And what really is throwing you off is if you look at a map today, Iraq is not. It's like across a little waterway from Detroit. How about that
Mm.
one? You know what I'm saying? So how about that one? You could like maybe take a cruise boat ride across the water from Iraq to Detroit. I don't know
Well,
how
how
long that
about
would
if
take.
Jay come back with and show us the one of the oldest maps he can find, and we can see if that was plausible.
It is possible. I know it is.
No, seeing is believing, honey.
I know it is. Believing. Look at her. She has always got the. You just gotta love Gemini, don't you? She is believing, honey. You know that she's like that. What's that lady's name? That's her auntie that make that chicken in Louisiana. You ain't had none of my chicken, girl.
The oldest map though that I could find is the oldest map that you could find, Gemini. What is it?
The Gemini map? Yeah, I don't know.
We all got the same map. Everyone could find it.
Okay, you talking about the world map?
No? Well,
What map are you talking about?
everyone listening, everyone chatting, we all got the same map. That's the oldest map that every person witnesses when they come into this life.
Oh, okay.
What
I'm
map
with
is
it.
that?
The
The map
sky,
of life.
the stars, the
Oh,
sun,
Yes.
that was the first map, right? That was the first thing you would look up and use as a reference point for your days, for your directions. The sun casting shadows, it's the sky. That's the oldest map. North Star, the sun,
Mm-hmm.
the constellations,
All
right?
our original shit. Exactly.
Where you get Gemini from the constellations.
From the constellations, yeah. I get it now. What you mean?
Hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Marcus said, "Nobody see."
He
I
said
can't even
nobody what?
I can't even see him.
Nobody see.
No, nobody can see. Cause
Right.
Sakina be cause y'all, let me tell you, Sakina be meddling with all the settings. And
Oh,
we used to could sit here. Our cameras used to work. Now they don't. Thanks to Kina, everybody.
oh my goodness, this is so ridiculous. I be taking all the beatings, but you know what? I can take it.
And she know it's true. We ain't got no, we in the dark. We a whole blackout thanks to Sakina.
You
Right.
know what? And sometimes this our last few days being black. This our
Oh
last few days of
man.
being black. So, I figure you might as well enjoy it.
Mm, mm,
Right?
mm.
So that's why
Listen, I'm just to give y'all some last words. I'm getting off of here. I really am. I'm ready to click the button, leave, because I got to get some rest and yeah, all that kind of stuff. I've had a long day today, really long. So, anyways, thank you. I can't see the chat, but thank you to who's ever in the chat. Thank you, Jay, for coming by. Sakina, my sis. We chit chat every day. And thank you for stopping by. And good night.
Thank you.
night.
Oh, we had a good
Jay,
build too. We had
we
a good
really
build. That was so
did.
good.
We really did. I don't know. I got my Pangea slides up, but that's all I really have because I don't know if I was gonna go into Pangea or not, honestly.
Oh my gosh. Yeah,
But
you okay. Good night. That's my cue right there.
uh-oh. See, Gemini don't like Pangea.
All right,
Gemini
Gemini.
don't like Pangea. Yes, but that was really kind of my thing. And I talked to DMG earlier. Well, I didn't really talk. We kind of back and forth chatted. He said if we wanted to, we could get into Pangea on Sunday. I told him, Sunday uh, we do our comedic practitioner, Sabi Aid. And so I don't know, because I don't know what time, I don't know what time he normally tries to do anything on Sunday. So I got to find out about that. But yeah, that would be something. But I dang on sure need you with that one too. I do got some slides, not some slides. I do got some um I do got a couple of maps and a couple of download slides or whatever you want to call it, that we can rock out on with um how I don't know what you want to call it, eras, dynasties, how some of these things, because I can not read. I want to say I don't know how they kind of went in, the way it is reads. Maybe charted. I'm gonna say charted. The way they charted it, maybe similar the way they came in. I'm not sure the way that they drew the lines. Maybe because the way it's fading out, I don't know if that's saying they still in existence or maybe they fading out of existence at this time.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And so I can actually pull one up because that's here.
Do y'all, so what you do every Friday night? You've been doing every Friday night?
Yeah, I've been doing every Friday night.
Okay.
I've been pulling up on Friday night. Right, because I pick up one of my daughter on Wednesday. And so sometimes I don't really know. Her schedule be different. And so I'm not sure right now because she's leery about driving at nighttime. Coming across that bridge, it kind of wakes her out. And so that's why I be picking her up. Other than that, I would say, yeah. But other than that, I would do. And then I do Saturday, too. I try to do Saturday, too.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Right. And so either that, because you can't really the I don't see enough people to kind of do this. I can't really get into the comedy thing on it because it's only the screen. I'm trying to find the glitch between the two, but right now I don't know. I don't want to know. I don't know if I want to really kind of lecture it out or I gotta find it between the two. The subject it out or whatever. I don't,
What I saw was like smoking conversations was gonna be like 10 people on the screen smoking, having a conversation.
Oh no. Well, yeah, and I mean, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm gonna have some cannabis conversations as well. But I gotta be kind of because it's responsible cannabis conversations. So I don't want to, nobody come in here like DJ Easy and think, we just gonna be blow back and just, no.
Right.
We gotta have responsible cannabis conversations. I want some true cannabisologists coming up in here and
Brother
talking
Swift,
about,
you gotta get Swift. Swift is the chief when it comes to that.
We'll see. Yeah, I need his contact information because we need to have people that's going to come in here, talk about the pros, and if I have cons, but you can also give the cons. Don't just talk all pro. You can give those cons. Yeah, there is some cons, and let it be known. Even if it didn't happen, tell them that if you act a fool or do this could happen. Let us know. You know what I'm saying? Let us know. But that's on you. You see what I'm saying? Because that's on you though. But at the same time, because we know that you can do the fool, but this will happen. If you eat too many crawfish, your tongue will swell up. How? If you eat, you know what I'm saying? Tylenol says you're only supposed to take X amount in a day. Otherwise, this can happen. If Tylenol can tell you that, why you can't? That's all I'm saying. You see what I'm saying? That's responsible.
Yep.
That's responsible. That's all I'm asking. Don't come in here talking about something. There's no losses. There is losses. There's risk in everything, right? There's risk in everything. You got to pay attention to everything. In everything. There's no such thing as you don't pay attention to nothing. So we just need to just keep it. If you can't keep it 100, keep it 99.5. Shit. And lie to your damn selves. Don't lie to me. Shit. Keep it 99.5 and just lie to you and just, and that'll be fine. Because you don't owe me no lie. But if you're going to lie to me, then damn. And I just met you. You'll tell me anything. This is our last conversation.
Last conversation with Sakina-Ra.
Right. I can't believe you. Where we going? Nowhere. I can't believe shit you say. Here, try this. This tastes good. I don't believe nothing you say.
Right.
I don't believe nothing you say. The bus coming. I don't believe.
What happened to your commercials?
Mm.
They can't duplicate that. That's original.
They all say what they all say is unscrambled minds. I got some of them, but they all say not that I care if they say unscrambled minds. I mean, it is what it is. But it is what it is. It's like some of my shows. Well, it ain't some of them. It's all of them for all I know. My brother don't have none of them. He lost his whole Mac, and he lost everything. And then I asked my other nephew to have some of them, and he don't got none of them. So it's just like, if you don't know me, you don't know. Starting all over again, but it's all right, it's okay. Right, because I'm on a new lease. So, when I go on Facebook and I'll be trying to, catch up with old friends, I'll be like, hey, how you doing? They be like, who is this? I'll be like, it's me, Donna Jones. They be like, oh. They be like, who is Sakina-Ra? Like, what the hell? I'm just coming out of the shell, like, the Phoenix rising. So yeah. It's okay though.
Feels good to start fresh.
Mm-hmm.
It feels really good to get back to your essence.
Yeah, so it's this whole transformation coming out. Because I left Facebook, it made me homesick. It literally, not that I'm, I still have 2 kids in Milwaukee, and I had just left. I've been here a year in Grand Forks. I just left North Carolina, so I've only been here a year. So it's I was really like, not that I missed them, but because my kids would send for me every year or something like that. But all my family, I wasn't really around nobody as far as family wise. So Facebook, I would, go on there once in a while, but not like, it just made me homesick. So I would stay off of it.
Facebook too nosy for me. That's why I stay on Facebook. You would be all up in your business on Facebook.
Well, see, I didn't have that kind of, just like here. This is probably worse than Facebook for all I know. I know Facebook do they if you want to live your life and find out where the drama at, it was definitely on Facebook. And yeah, they have terrible stories, and it definitely got real, but it gets real over here too.
Yeah.
But I didn't know it get this real. Yeah. It can get, well, either way. I think on Facebook, the realness on Facebook is that these be family and friends and they know where you at and this and that. But over here, nobody knows where you at. So this is so much of a safe zone to a degree. And also the difference is that they quick over here to put you in one basket. So everybody over here, the minute that they don't like you or whatever, you immediately classified as a pedophile, and everything that goes in that basket, everybody goes in that basket. You see what I'm saying? There's no other basket for you to be but that. And so in the YouTube zone, you are classified as that. And as if nobody else knows you, as if you don't have another life, you don't have anything else. So that pedophile, zone comes into the LBGs and everything, and the soups and everything else that goes into that, like utterance box. You are in that box. Like it's the worst thing that has ever happened in life. And then the people that call you all those things have what they call a rap sheet. And we're not talking about music. And so pots calling kettles black is just a ridiculous thing. And we can't even neither one of those things and say we people, we the same people. And so it's just ridiculous to this point. Because if we are supposed to be needing dirt to grow, right? I don't understand why you trying to make more somebody just more dirtier than you, and you just as dirty. Right? Why are you trying to uncover somebody's filth and you just as dirty? I think you should leave it alone. Right? That's all that is. If you don't like them, just say that and move on. Why do you have to keep poking a bear? And then if the bear come out fighting, then you want to run cry and say they scratch you. You knew you was gonna get scratched. You should be glad you didn't get bit and chewed up. You see what I'm saying? And that's the whole thing. So I don't understand why we do some of these things we do. It's just mean and uncalculated. And then you wonder why the world have this many problems because you part of it.
Yeah.
You part of it.
It's a deflection tactic. Oh, don't look at my bullshit. Look at theirs.
Yeah.
It's deflection.
It really is. You know, it really is. And so until we do that, we can't get right because we, you know, we like to wear black, but we don't want to we don't want to wear black. Ain't that sad? We want to wear it, but we do not want to wear it. We want to take black off and wear it how we want to. And then tell somebody else, you don't know what it's like to be in my skin. You want to take your skin off too.
People gotta get comfortable with who they are. Really, that's what it is. It's a hard thing to do, but it gotta be done.
You see what I'm saying? Because anytime we get to saying we talk like we white based on the education, when we start disliking people because of the way they talk, not, you know just as much as they do. Such and such ain't no better than me, but then that's fine. But can you agree to say that you're no better than them? That's the problem. You can't agree to you're no better than them. That's your problem. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that makes no sense. We go all out our way for that. All out our way from that. When you could just easily build, why would you not want to build? Just because somebody talk a certain way. That's a dialect. People in other states talk different. It's a dialect. Education make them a dialect. Just because somebody use a big word, that make you mad. You mad about it? Sit around them long enough, maybe you will pick it up. I don't know. You mad about it? It makes no sense. I don't understand it. I wouldn't want to use a word I can't pronounce. How about that one? Everybody running around here, people running around here talking about Pacific. I'll be more Pacific. Nigga. You ain't even saying the word right. You trying to be an ocean. You see what I'm saying? instead of trying to point out something in particular. I don't understand. But you mad at somebody else for using a word. We done went all our way to make ebonics. When they used to correct you and break their back trying to tell you that wasn't a word. Now they made a whole book of words saying this is not a word. For you ghetto fabulousness. Ain't that sad? And now you mad at somebody, and we still mad at somebody else. Based on what? Because they wanted to elaborate their education. But you know just as much as they do. Maybe not as much, but you know. This is ridiculous. Fight for your rights because you're young. This is ridiculous. We still fighting over the same stuff after all these years, and now we still fighting over Babylon. Do that make sense? All these years, and where did you think Babylon was?
Me?
Yeah.
I ain't never really thought about it.
All these years. All these years. I just heard this man say Babylon over here in Babylon. Babylon this, Babylon this. I've been hearing Babylon over here in America for so long. Over here in Babylon. America in Babylon. Sold her soul. She's this, she's that. Babylon, Babylon. And you mean to tell me this ain't Babylon? Otherwise, she done got shifted with Pangea. And that's what we need to be looking into. According to that first, what is that? Our Sumerian. What was the name of that map?
Oh, the that Babylonian tablet.
Yeah.
Something like that. I can't remember the name of it exactly.
To match this map up with another map, because I know they're gonna say it is a Greek map, right? And we know that according now it's a duplicate of what? For you to say it's a duplicate, you must have seen the original. Otherwise, how could you say it was a duplicate? Right?
Right.
How could you say it was a duplicate unless you've seen the original? So we need to know that for you to call something a duplicate, you must have known the original. So we need to find out that. So we can find out how do we find out where, because we also know the center. It said the center of did it say the center of the Mediterranean or somewhere around in that area, right?
The Near East, yeah.
Yeah. So we need to find out exactly where is that pinpoint, because that would be more toward Pangea. And then we're gonna rock from there. Because that's the only way we're gonna find out where is Babylon. Because everything shifted at that point after that, right?
Everything shifted, all the directions shifted, the North Pole shifted, the North Star shifted.
Right, but we gonna shift and we our imagination gonna shift a little bit too, so we can find out where's Babylon.
Why are you looking for Babylon? Well, how about you tell me that?
Because Babylon has been crying. We in Babylon. Everybody run to Babylon. Babylon is in Revelations. Babylon. Listen here. We was this what is it? Submissive truth, optimistic truth, all this other truth. I just want to know.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? We saying allegorical, literal, not literal. What is it? What is it? I haven't got this.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
I don't live more than half of my life on these stories. They killing my fairy tales.
But if they killing your fairy tale though, you gotta also realize what we think is reality has been a fairy tale. We're starting to find out like a lot of things ain't
You
what we
damn
thought
right.
it was.
You're right, and
So the fairy tale might be a true story.
Exactly. Come on in. And so with that being said, and I'm connecting dots, that's my whole mission. And with that being said, and now you know that you got to be 70 to find out what might be true. And the Vatican is like walking in one of the Kemet temples full of books, and you're going in there by yourself. Look it up. It's beautiful and scary all at the same time. It ain't even beautiful. It's just, listen, I'm not doing it. And you can only get 2 copies. Whatever it is, you're only getting 2 copies. It's like walking down hallways of a I don't know, walking down hallways of a long hospital endlessly. You get lost in there. Just walking, full of books, shelves, drawers, cabinet drawers. Then you can find a room with a table and sit down and just, you know what I'm saying, read the books. And then find the one you want, make a couple of copies, literally 2, and then leave. And you can only be in there for a few hours at that. It's that serious.
Mm-hmm.
But the point is that you gotta be 70 at your youngest age. So you're not going, Jay. Hell, I'm not going. But I'll get in before you.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Ain't that sad? This is how old you gotta be, right? This is serious. So what kind of truths is in there? So yeah, I want to know about Babylon. You doggone right. Because this makes no sense. It makes no sense. Y'all going through this.
No, I was gonna say follow that curiosity. That's how I do my research.
Right. Y'all going through all this for what? You're not finna tell us that you went through all of this and there's nothing to it. It's nothing to it. You went through all of this just to keep whiteness or a race that was not going to be affected no kind of way. If the race was not going to be affected no kind of way, and that nothing was a truth or a lie about another race, then why did we go through all of this? Why is it so much hidden? Why is it so much burnt? Why is it so much? You know what I'm saying? Why did you go through all of that? Mm-hmm. Nobody goes through all of that. You know, and it wasn't like one went through it all. Y'all went through it all through dynasties. It was like, somebody made sure they left the torch and you picked it up and said, oh my God, look what I found. Oh, this is why they did that. Oh, burn it. Don't let nobody find that. You know what I'm saying? Oh my God, don't let nobody find that. They can't find that. Burn it. This is why it's hid. Put it back. Cover the cave. You can't let nobody find that. I mean, it's that serious. There's no way. That makes no sense. Who goes through all of that? To the point that at some time somebody started telling the truth. Listen, I'm not going to keep telling these lies. These people was this. I'm not going to keep lying. This was this. You see what I'm saying? Like when Jabari went on Sonetas the other day and said that, the scholars are starting to tell, that Proverbs and the teachings of Menotep are the same. You see what I'm saying? They've been arguing. They've been arguing that for years. They've been arguing that for years. It's not that he said it. Other scholars have been saying it throughout years. And so no matter what nobody wants to say, that it's not been plagiarized, it has not been massaged, or I don't want to say stolen, I'm going to say massaged. It was not massaged and put in the Bible or whatever scriptures it was. A lot of scholars said it, so much so throughout the years, and now they have a new American Bible that says it, and they fix the chapters in that Bible. Now, how many times have the Bible been updated? Not alone taking into consideration that the King James Version Bible, America was the last to get it. The translation of the Bible was, America was the last to get it. The translation to, right? And then we know that that book was a gift anyway. The Christian Bible was the actual the Bible, not the American, the African Bible, or any of the other real Bibles that came out first. But even then, the KJV, America was the last to get a Bible, period. Let's start there. The translation of any Bible, English, American English, was the last to get it. Any translation. So with that being said, how many translations have been since that? You got some NIVs, some ESVs, some other Vs, you see what I'm saying? And now you got this one. Queen James got a Bible by now. And that one came out last year? The Queen James Bible with the rainbow on it. So I mean, honestly, we ain't gonna sit here and keep on playing with it. It don't make sense. So yeah, Babylon, where is she? Because people, I don't know if they, because I'm not, I do have Bibles and I still, because I lining up dots or whatever, but that's only for that reason, right? But other than that, I'm comedic all day long. I'm just in and out because of some of the conscious conversations that's going on. But other than that, I don't really be rocking in the Bible like that. That's only for that reason. But it kind of still be messing my understanding of when I go back and forth with my comedic learning. I'm just waiting on Jabari when he get ready to start up the classes again. Because I probably have to go backwards. Because I haven't been in class in about 2-3 years, almost 2 years, and then go forward. But like I said, I just got my book from Smash Rockwell. Nice. So I said I'm definitely gonna read it, right? So, but I don't know if I'm gonna go into studying. I might go into studying it and take some notes because I like the way he introduced the book very deeply. You know, I commend that, you know, to say don't just take my word for it, but, you know, get into it, research, start going into it. I commend stuff like that. And, you know, a lot of people just say, you know, I wrote this, da 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 da, and you know, I put my work into it. He's saying he did do all of that, but he's saying, you know, don't just take what I said, you know, get into it, look it up, you know, do some work for yourself. You know, that educate yourself with it as well. You know, that's some real work. I commend shit like that. So I think I'm gonna really like it. Yeah. So I'm ready for it. Then I got another book too from like I said, one of my comedic sisters. She wrote a poem book. It's real nice. It's called Poetry, Passion, Prose. It's real deep. She's a real she wrote another book too, but this one right here, she writes some really deep poems. Yeah, these are heartfelt.
Okay, you
These
want
are
to give us one before I bid my way out of here? Let me hear one of those.
yeah, let me let you hear this one. This one is called Time. I think it was called Time to Love, but she got to love in brackets. So it's called Time. August 26, 2006. And the time was 6:01 p.m. It says you can never get it back, but you can certainly give it to someone. Some. When you have something important to do, it seems you run out of it. When you're wasting it, you seem to have too much of it, or it seems to go by slowly, too slowly. When you fall in love and share just a moment of it, it seems to go too quickly and you run out of it. You should appreciate it and make the most of it. Time. We have but a minute. We have but a moment to think about it.
I can't hear you right now if you're saying something. Is that just me? I can't hear you. So I don't know if you cut out or what, or if it's just my audio, but what happened to Sakina-Ra? Did we run out of time on the stream or something? You talking about time and then disappeared. She gone. Gemini says she gone. She ran out of time. It was just me. Sakina, you gotta check your audio. Check that audio. The Wi-Fi ran out of time. What's going on?
My audio left.
Oh, she back. Welcome back.
My
You ran out of
audio
time.
left.
Yeah, you ran out of time.
Oh shoot! Where I left off at?
You left off at like when you fall in love, time go too fast type of thing.
Dang it! I was on it. Let me see. When you fall in love and share just a moment of it, it seems it goes too quickly and you run out of it. We should appreciate the most and make the most time. But we have a moment to think about it. As we rush through life every now and then, and we pause to look at our growing children, and we ask, where has all the time gone? Another birthday for us comes, and we realize how much has passed. We look at our gifts and skills. We hope time is on our side, but no one knows when it all begins. No one knows when it will end. We should make the most of it and appreciate it. We have but a moment to think about it. I heard it all said that time is money. It's funny, I guess. That's why most of us have little of either. Some have more money, but it doesn't mean they have more time. Most people make time to make more money. Hold on one second. Sometimes sacrificing the things that really matter. Money and time will pass, but love will last always. Love of a mother, child, spouse, or friend, passionate in dreams. Time, no one knows when it begins, and no one knows when it ends. Make the most of time, remembering love. Love what you do, who you are, the things you create, the greater creator and those around you. Time will pass away, but love will last forever. For Special K. That's the poem.
Can we see that book?
Yes. And this is by LYER. Yes, and she's also this is her. She also wrote another book. Let me back it up like this. Yeah, so she's wrote another book. I think she wrote 2 or 3. She also makes jewelry. She this is her business card. It's her and her sister. She has a dual. My camera's off. So this is her and Daria, her sister. So they do diverse designs, right? I think Daria's in I believe Daria's in St. Louis, and Rael is in Springfield, Illinois. And so they do jewelry, and they do like catering, and they do events and motivation speeches and stuff like that. But I do know that Rael Wright she's an author. Now I'm not sure about I know Daria does all of the other things, but I'm not sure about Daria and writing a book. That part I'm not sure about. So I won't say that part about Daria. I will say Rael does the books, but they both do the other things as a duo. But Rael write books, and she wrote this one, and she wrote another one. I know for sure. Yeah, but yeah, these poems they go deep, they go hard.
How you spell her first name?
It's RAAWEL.
Okay.
And her last name is WARE. Right, and this book, it's on Amazon. Yeah, it's real deep. It's really deep. Right, and she's also on Facebook too. So because they do a sisters, I think it's Soul Sister Sunday. So you can find her on Facebook as well, on Soul Sister Sundays. So yeah, very deep. You're gonna.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, there's some deep ones in here. I've got that far, but yes. So Yes, I'm gonna see her. Yeah, she just you know, working her way back to her Facebook page, so she should be coming back to her shows. I think they're gonna go back to going live soon. I believe so. Yeah, and so big ups to them. Yay! Yeah.
All right, Sakina.
Yeah, I'm about to let it go and shut it down myself. But I appreciate you coming, nephew. Yes. And I cannot wait. So you're gonna have to let me know when we're gonna go into this Babylon's going down. We need to find out. I'm ready. I'm
Okay.
ready.
I'm down with it.
I'm so ready. So we're gonna map quest it, right? And then we're gonna what's the name of your game?
Yeah, I'll be on that game.
Yes, that's what we finna call it. The name of your game. We finna get into it like that.
No doubt. I'm about to
Right.
do some work myself, so
Yeah. So
enjoy the
I
show
really appreciate you. Thank you so much for coming in. And I
every time.
appreciate everybody for joining in with me in the chat. Y'all, seriously. And if I don't care if y'all don't believe it, Geno Jenkins for president, because he cleaning things up, y'all. Believe it or not. He's making it happen. Geno Jenkins for president. Believe it or not, he don't care. He don't care what he gotta say and what he gotta do. We finna find out where is Babylon, so we can find out is this man preaching from the truth. We need to find out. And with that being said, know that coming from my heart, thank y'all for joining. I love me some you. Shemin Hotep.